Pink polo, no cap. You know where I be at. New Fort with some space drip. Keep the artifact. Pull off in my spaceship. Like, show you one ride tonight. Tonight. Closed eyes and stream away. Light years, we send the waves. Colorful, this lifestyle is a centerfolds. Might be some alien in your DNA. Shoes off when you step in, please. Murakami flowers when I plant these seeds. We can go for hours, these meteor shower. Her aura speaks in symphonies. Angel in the skies, good shorty bad. Supernovas when you get back. Whenever we blast, we get in the zone. Supernovas when I get back. Pink polo, no cap. You know where I be at. New Fort with some space drip. Keep the artifact. Pull off in my spaceship. Like, show you one ride tonight. Tonight.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of NFTCON. And, just a kind of recap of what we had yesterday and kind of today as well. We have another stacked lineup of speakers within the industry to kind of go over everything from Immutable X today, EPNS, also over Milos with music as well. So there's going to be a lot of full dedicated speakers today as well.
Yeah, and welcome back again, everybody. We are using the hashtag NFTCON, and if you want to take a look at the agenda, again, you can go to nftcon.co/agenda. Actually, let's do that quick share just so everybody knows kind of like the full lineup today as well too. So we got a lot of really cool speakers. You can take a look at it, nftcon.co/agenda. And I want to just do a quick short intro again for everybody here. My name is Justin Wu. I'm the co-founder of Decentral Conference. We host many Web3 events from DeFi Summit, NFTCon, and Decentral Conference as well in person. So last December, we hosted a conference in Miami during Art Basel. This year, we're coming back in Austin in June for our summer edition of events called Web3 Summer. We got a lot of amazing speakers. We actually got some a little bit different take on what we're doing this time around. We got a few different dedicated tracks to metaverses. We have a DAO track as well. I think the DAO track is going to be pretty heated. There's going to be a debate on stage about governance itself, whales versus the mob, who's right or wrong, who has the most tokens, who knows, we'll see. And then also too, we got some other dedicated ecosystem tracks. So we have a Cosmos IBC track. We have over 15 Cosmos-based projects, layer ones, I should say. They're all layer ones, coming and join us from Secret Network, Akash, Strange Clans, Accelerator Network, Yumi, all the ones you know, Osmosis. So we're gonna have a full stack Cosmos day. Thorchain is also having an hour, so we're gonna have a lot of clusters of Thorchain projects. We're also having a Cadena hour as well too. We'll have CADEX, Cadena, and other Cadena projects. And we have other ecosystems joining us as well too as we go. So we're going to highlight, as we always do, a multi-chain event at our event, and we'll share that out shortly. And you can take a look at that at decentralcon.com, Web3 Summer as well. We're hosting it in downtown Austin, which is only minutes away from Consensus. This is during Consensus Week. So we're excited to have this. As you can see, we have GameFi, Play to Earn, DAOs, And we have some cool, amazing speakers already. We're bringing in kind of a whole different DGen or Web3 flair to Consensus Week. We have Wahid from Smilesverse, Maddie DCL blogger, MetaKey founder, Django, favorite friend, Django, Comdex. Taika, this guy is one of the best humble farmers, DeFi farmers around. Full, I should say, like multi-chain, non-maxi, all about just finding the best gains and yields. He keeps it real, also shares his losses. Strange Clans, they're a Cosmos-based metaverse play. We got Miko, he spoke yesterday, Tor, of course, as well, and many more as well, too. The ecosystem is further growing. Yeah, we'll love to see you there. This is just the wave one of speakers as well. So we have a nice little discount code as well, too. If you use the code DESK22, that's for like the CoinDesk week, DESK22, that gets you early bird. That's for everybody that's watching as well, too. But yeah, we have a lot more amazing things to come as well, and we'll share more details about that. And then just a little other community house cleaning stuff. Yeah, use our hashtag NFTCON. And then also, too, if you aren't in our Discord, feel free to join there. We were doing some POAP giveaways, and I think we'll get some more other giveaways as well, too. We just have our kind of little alpha chat in there. Join our community, say hello. We'll always share some of our updates in the community there, too. Awesome. Yeah, I guess Michael, we can kind of go ahead and kick things off, and yeah, I see a lot of familiar faces here in the comments as well.
Yeah. So yeah, we're going to be starting the day with Alpha Analytics. So I want to welcome on stage Stefan Rust and also Harsh from EPNS as well.
Hey everyone.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, welcome. Yeah, so yeah, it's exciting actually. Oh, and we see like a huge kickoff today. We got over 2,000 people watching. Thank you, welcome everybody again back to NFTCON. Yeah, to kick things off, this is the first session here talking about building different apps, dApps, and services, whether it be for DeFi and NFTs. And yeah, I guess Harsh, you want to do a quick intro for yourself, and then we'll get Stefan from Trueflation.
Sure, Justin. First of all, thanks for having me. So yeah, guys, I'm Harsh from Ethereum Push Notification Service, EPNS for short. What we are building here is the world's first communication primitive. And Ethereum Push Notification Service is a misnomer now because we have Web3. In essence, what we are building is wallet-to-wallet communication, starting with notifications, which basically means that from now on, any dApp, any smart contract, or any backend can send communication gaslessly to a wallet address in an open multi-chain fashion, which means open means that MetaMask or Trust or Phantom or any other crypto front end, they can just tap into this decentralized network and they can show you these communications out. And yeah, that's a bit about EPNS. We are working with some very cool projects in Ethereum, including Polygon, Gitcoin, Aave, Uniswap, DYDX, and we are just now making sure that this problem of communication is solved. We are entering into NFT now, so it's very exciting for me to come over here and talk about it.
Great, and Stefan, I'd love to give a quick short intro about yourself and also Trueflation.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, and thanks for everybody being here and taking time out to come and listen to us here talk about alpha and analytics. Yeah, basically, I'm the founder of Laguna and Trueflation. One of the products that we've launched is Trueflation. We started off with Trueflation because with inflation data, and what we wanted to do was make available and provide transparency around how inflation is calculated and provide that to the crypto community on chain with the relevant data so that we can see what real inflation is. And that's sort of how we launched it. If you think about it, inflation was started back in 1920, and that same framework is what we're using today. And so that's, we're living in a world with mobile phones, computers, internet, electricity, and now all of a sudden here we are. Can we really build a reliable stream of data, taking a developer approach and aggregating real-world data from sources that are online in real time, and do a calculation and provide that via Chainlink online to smart contract developers that are looking to build using inflation, whatever product that might be. And as a result out of that, we've then started to get aware, we became aware of what the developer community is looking for, particularly around all the smart contracts and products that they're building out. And so we're just really happy to announce on Friday, so tomorrow, or this is an alpha, on Friday, we're going to be announcing our NFT indexes. And so we're excited about that.
Awesome. Well, we'll definitely have to jump more into the NFT index as well. But yeah, we already know inflation's hitting hard. It's hitting hard on all angles too. So it's definitely a hot button topic.
Yeah. So yeah, we actually calculated to be 13.5% based on the basket that actually the BLS, which is the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, that they put out. So the Bureau of Labor Statistics says it's 7.5%. We actually think it's 13.5% based on that same basket. And we're sort of updating it on a daily basis.
Yeah, like a lot of the information is not how it is in crypto. Crypto's all on chain. You know, you can find any information from anywhere and audit it at any source. So yeah, like inflation is going to be higher, like we expect it to be. But also for like the analytics of the blockchain, as well as like being able to see that data set come in, whether you want to use it for messaging or using it for just analytics. I think that these are two core problems that a lot of the industry hasn't been focusing on yet. But the thing is about it is like for me right now, if you imagine going on to like OpenSea and trying to find a guy that's selling a Clone X and there's no way to message him, I would have to find a way to say, okay, let me go to his contract, let me see where he's at, go into his, basically you can see who owns that NFT.
Yeah,
but it's hard to kind of look at it. And then also for the NFT projects as well, gauging your distribution. Let's say, for example, like Ape token that Ape drops with Bored Ape Yacht Club, looking at the inflation model of it and kind of seeing the analytics on chain. Like the founders will be distributed, I think it's like 22 to 25% over the next few years. How would that impact kind of like their daily distributions for basically their user base and everything?
Yeah, I agree. I think communication and analytics, that's one, those are two of the key things NFT space has to transform into. Like, for example, if I go and search an NFT project out, there's no way for me to detect the fake volume, right? Anyone can generate an address and can sell anything to each other till the price goes really, really high. And that's where analytics come in. Communication, as you correctly put it, like there's no way for me to communicate to a NFT project. More so, if I hold an NFT, I cannot communicate to the community members. I'm coming to Discord, and then I'm just believing that they have those NFTs. So yeah, the communication plays a huge aspect in making sure that goes away in the future as well as we mature.
Yeah.
I also think it's like the intelligence part too, as well too, being able to take actions based on the on-chain data. I think that's where real alpha comes, really based on whale moves or whale wallets, or even what's happening in this case. Just the true alpha is like just holding money in your bank. As you can see, 13%. That's the alpha right there. The true alpha. It's like now it's like it makes it seem like even my Anchor wallet with 20%, it's not even enough. It's like I'm only getting 7%, but that's actually just really, really good to know, especially on whether it be for DeFi, and then also we'll dive a little bit deeper on the NFT side to learn more about that too. But yeah, Harsh, also too, we saw with like, we had you at in Miami, and it was great to catch up with you again here too. In terms of the latest for EPNS, we saw like a few new updates from your guys' side as well too. Is you guys had like a new kind of airdrop or airdrop tracking and earning system?
Yes. We actually partnered with Ernie.fi. And we basically, what we realized was like a lot of us get airdrops and we don't get to know about it. And that's more especially true in terms of premium airdrops that expire as well. So we just partnered with a project called Unify. They basically keep track of all the premium projects that are dropping, even NFTs or airdrops. And now we'll be just communicating to those wallet addresses when the airdrop comes. So yeah, that's in terms of partnership. A couple of alpha drops is, of course, we are going multi-chain, so we are going to come on Polygon very, very soon. And right now we are even deploying a testnet to another chain. We are actually deploying it to 3 blockchains. So we don't want to really say right now what will be next after Polygon. That, along with wallet to wallet, is some of the amazing news which we have. I actually wanted to do an alpha drop over here, but the legal didn't give me a go ahead. But
not
there's an
watching, it's
alpha
okay.
alpha
Just
drop
kidding.
All
that
good, all
something
good.
is coming in 2 weeks. It's like announcement of announcement.
It's all good.
see,
We'll
like,
have to get the push notification. That's what happens.
Yes.
So-
whenever I think of airdrops, I think of inflation. So it's just like back over to Stefan as well. It's like kind of like with the inflation models that you're seeing with the analytics. What type of popular I would say like popular areas are you seeing them use that data?
So, I mean, in essence, one example is really not in the NFT space, but more in the stablecoin space, right? So one of the examples is you have inflation protected stablecoin. So how do I provide you with airdrops associated with your stablecoin that you're holding to make sure that your purchasing power does not get diluted? And so they're going to protect you with that. They need to have a reliable source so that the smart contracts know how to inform the miners to mint new tokens or to burn tokens based on the inflation performance, and then how to distribute that to the token holders themselves, or the stablecoin holders. And so that's really one of the use cases that is becoming more and more prevalent right now. And then you're seeing it across other areas as it relates into commodities, right? Commodity prices. So you have gold-backed stable coins. So same thing there. How do I know how much gold is worth? What's the reserve? How does that contrast to the reserve base that you have in Federal Reserve, in other governments around the world? Okay, what's the benchmark that we want to hold to? And then how do we then mint and burn accordingly? And the real value is the ability to then do that mint and burn on a daily basis. So the cost to the stablecoin owner is not so big, or the miners, right? Because they then have to constantly mint and burn all the time, which comes at a significant cost to the community and the network itself. And so if they can do that on a daily basis versus all in one go at a month basis when the BLS updates the data, is quite a significant cost. And so how do we save them on that cost? Those are 2 examples. And yeah, how is that going to come into the NFT world? One example that we're seeing now is really around dynamic NFTs, right? So the growth of the whole dynamic space that is relying on certain data sets to then give you thumbs up, inflation good, inflation bad, for example, as simple as that. And so the NFT just switches up and down. That's a simple example of what is possible. And who knows where that's going to go, but I think that's just people are realizing the potential of dynamic NFTs.
I'm just thinking of basically NFT distributions with like a 10,000 mint, but just 1 releases a day, 2, and then there's like next day none. Like slowly.
Exactly.
I think Stephen has an extremely nice point, because if you think about NFTs, like we cannot really peg them to how much percentage they moved up and down in value, because they are not that liquid. So one way to do it is peg them to inflation, like this NFT has beaten inflation or not. So that's pretty intriguing and interesting.
Yeah, and like it just made me think of like for a dynamic NFT, just instead of doing a 10,000 generative drop, why don't you just do one that inflates over time? As long it's still not as fungible as like just having a regular token to be divided by like a million or anything, but it still allows for distribution over time. So even if companies are saying, hey, look, actually this would be perfect for like games, right? As your user base grows, you have more that's being minted. As the user base grows down, it retracts to keep that current economy from, not going into like a downward spiral.
And that's a challenging bit, right? So if you think about inside the metaverse itself, right, you can quantify the value of a plot of land in a metaverse, for example. But then how do you quantify inflation that's going on inside that metaverse? How expensive is this clothes, is this t-shirt? You know, will we have, you know, Uniqlo inside a metaverse or Nike selling sneakers? What's the inflation and the price base of those digital sneakers inside Sandbox versus NFT world versus Wilder world, right? And so how do you, that's another interesting element, how to play with that. And how do I manage inflation for the domestic currency in that community? To protect them against too much inflation. It's going to be really fascinating how this is all going to evolve. We don't know yet, but there's so many different permutations that we can go down.
Yeah, a few of my friends are arb traders. So what they do is they arbitrage the data that's on chain.
Yeah.
So they'll basically check out inflation and see like they'll check out holder amounts. They'll check out how much is the circulating supply, and then from there, if there's any daily emissions, how much it was, and they would estimate that it's either going to go up or down. So then they'll go into leverage positions and then also buy and swap from other exchanges. But like all this analytics, like I would say like. What would be your let's say like the main kicker for everything that we should see within the coming future? Like where do you think that is going to be coming out that's going to change the industry?
From an analytics perspective, I think that arbitrage that you're mentioning, right? All the different marketplaces that you have out there. How do I identify the price of a unique NFT? Where do I get the best value for that? I think they will all start finding an equilibrium where they'll be balanced out there, right? And once that starts taking in, it's then what is the swappability between the different NFTs, and how do we quantify and price that? And so I think analytics around that, insights associated with that, and then the history of it, right? Do you want to see all that history, which we already have? How is that going to be made visible? How much was this traded? How often? And I think the fewer the times it's traded, the more valuable it could become. You're seeing memberships, right? So the whole, NFTs is going into so many. We broke it down into sort of 4 quadrants, right? We see it sort of art, the whole social element, the gaming element, and then the metaverse element, right? And so what are all the permutations associated with those 4 categories? In some cases on the arts perspective, you have physical art where I have so I bought an NFT that's a physical neon light, which is associated with a digital NFT to show authenticity of it, right? And then there's just pure digital art like, BAYC, right? And then you have generative art. Well, that's actually generative art. And then you have music, the whole music element. Where's that going? I think there's so many different aspects of NFTs where they can go across. That's just art. You look at that in social, gaming, metaverse. I really think the interesting element is really around gaming. If you look at how big gaming is in the sort of normal sort of online gaming, Web2 online gaming space, how big is that going to grow? That's a huge economy already. What's that going to look like in an NFT environment? What analytics do we need to give us the insights and provide better engagement with that insight?
Got it. I for one thinks like analytics first need to come to a primary level. Like for example, I mentioned like there's no way to determine if an NFT is popular or not right now.
Yeah.
Like you can sell an NFT to different wallets which you own, driving the price up. So there needs to be an analytics that doesn't just show the history. It can also show like where the wallet address, like was a wallet address very recently generated or was it active before? And based on that number of transfers, there should be a new calculation that will allow us to actually judge the popularity of NFT. Same for the floor price. Like a lot of people go for the floor price and they assume that is the value of the NFT. But the value of the NFT actually comes from the amount sold and not the floor price. It's just the lowest price. So that is one problem analytics can really, really solve. The other thing is again the volume traded that can basically, if you are able to, or the analytics is able to detect fake wallets, not only the volume traded would shrunk down, and you can see whether an NFT is actually popular or not. You can also probably tag projects like which are not as popular, and you can then take a decision. Another thing the analytics can do is the owners. Like again, I can own 10 wallets, and I can buy 10 NFTs of my own. And now all of a sudden, I can see that the NFT is picking up trend. But analytics can basically diffuse that. So I do think that those primary analytics in NFT, they are needed as NFT space is going popular, apart from communication, of course. So yeah.
One of the other examples, I think, is what does a social graph look like for an NFT, right? How is that going to manifest itself? We're talking about bringing social graphs online on Web3, right? So taking that and decentralizing the social graph. What does that look like, and how does that manifest itself? I think we haven't really explored that, but that would be interesting to see. And I think that's an area we will be exploring, given how popular it is out in Web 2.
Yeah, I think that's also super interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say real quick about that is you know, a lot of the, especially, well, if you look at, let's say, like the social graphs like of NFT communities, you know, like you can see where a lot of the similar type of for example, you know, I collect Clone X's, you know, all the Clone X people are kind of gravitating and buying in similar collections as well, and see where that's going. As same with some of the more like influential people as well, you know, like they are following each other essentially, and you don't always have to follow like the whale wallet, but you can start seeing the alpha come from those social graphs as well too. And I started seeing some graphics as well too, where they're sharing kind of like who's within their network, and it's just pulling from their Twitter network as well too. And you know, I think it's a big giveaway, and there's a lot of data in there out there.
Yeah, definitely. I think the other thing is NFT aggregators, right? So I mean, you already have them inside the wallets, but how do I see what, you know, key influencers, what their wallets and addresses and the NFT portfolios could look like? You know, you can, some key influencers, what they're doing is they're publishing their wallet address, so you can then see their whole portfolio and what their commitments are to this respective projects. And that then either, ooh, I like what they're doing, I believe in that, and I want to buy into it. And look, they've got skin in the game, they own X number of different types of assets, I want to buy some of those assets as well.
Yep. Actually, you can build it further also. Like this is a really nice suggestion, buying influences based NFTs or NFTs influencers have. But you can also base it on the wallet. Like if a wallet has been investing in NFT and that has been performing well, then, you know, you can also have analytics track that.
Yeah, like there's so much data that's on there that can be utilized in so many ways. Like if I can just look at a brand new NFT project and see the trend of like, hey, look, 40 brand new wallets just bought this. We'll probably not go into that thing real quick. But before we wrap up, do you guys want to have any final thoughts, or how will they be able to find you guys, Stefan?
So best way is on Twitter, srust99. So super easy. SRUST99, and I'm on Twitter, Telegram, and you can find me with that handle.
Awesome.
Check out trueflation.com. Super easy.
Nice.
Harsh?
Right. Yep. So yeah, guys, follow me at Harsh Rajat. That's HARSHRAJAT. Check it, epns.io. You'll get to know why Web3 communication is so important. And yeah, you can follow our project as well, which is EPNS project. Other than that, this was a fun conversation and really interesting one. So I hope you enjoyed that as much as we did.
Awesome, and yeah, looking forward to both of you guys' updates with the new update that you'll have to share in 2 weeks, Harsh, and then also too with you, Stefan, with the NFT NFT
Alpha.
tracking.
Yeah.
2 weeks or until 2 weeks, or if the legal team is asleep, I
Yeah,
might just
clear.
slip it by
They're
next
asleep
week.
now. It's
Of
okay.
course, of course.
All right. Thanks, Jim.
No.
And hopefully we'll see you in Austin as well.
You will, and look forward to that. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Justin,
right.
and see you in Austin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin.
All right, guys, and welcome back. And we're going to be going into our next panel not our next panel. It's going to be our next talk. It's going to be
Before I
from
get there, actually, I saw
okay.
some people asking kind of like what the discount code is for Decentral. Let me just share that out with everybody too. We also shared it out on our Discord. And also too, if you're trying to go to Consensus, we also have a special 25% discount for Consensus itself as well too. We'll share that inside of Discord as well. It's going to be a full jam-packed week in Austin. We're bringing the Web3 Degens into Austin as well. So feel free to join the fellow apes.
Yeah.
And also too, just a quick shout out. If you're going to be in LA for next week for NFT LA, we'll be there. We'll come meet us in the team. We're also going to be checking out potentially Paris Blockchain Week and a few other events too. So we'll do little get together. I know a lot of Decentral and NFTCON peeps are going to be in LA. So we'll definitely see you there.
Yeah, and I'll also be speaking at NFT NYC too. So, you know, we'll also see each other again in New York.
OG event.
Yeah. All right.
Awesome.
So yeah, we're gonna be switching into our next talk. So this one is gonna be by Immutable X, and if you heard about Immutable X,
Immutable, yeah, big guys. I think they're behind Gods Unchained. A lot of other cool projects like the GameStop NFT marketplace that's coming up in June too. So awesome. Let's get Harsh on as well too. So let's get. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me today. My name's Arash from Immutable and Gods Unchained. And I just wanted to take a few minutes of your time today to talk through my experience over the last number of years in the Web3 space and at Gods Unchained, and how we've seen, digital ownership really start to take shape and start to transform the lives of some of our player base that are engaging with us. So first and foremost, just a little quick intro about Immutable so you can better understand who we are and what we do. So Immutable is the first layer 2 scaling solution that was designed specifically for NFTs on Ethereum. And the Immutable X platform was designed and built in partnership with Starkware. The Immutable headquarters itself is based out of sunny Sydney, Australia, and consists of 150 team members. And we're growing very, very rapidly with industry-leading backgrounds in crypto, blockchain, fintech, and gaming particularly. And I guess one of our first and foremost flagship products, Gods Unchained, a trading card game, has been around for a number of years and has traded over 5 million NFTs just in the last 12 months alone. And I'll be digging into that a little bit more. So Immutable is both a platform as well as a studio. And just quickly what I mean by that. So a platform as in with an open access that any project and any user can come on board and build out their NFT distribution and scale out their applications. And then the game studio, their focus is on development of really AAA gaming titles that bridge the gap between a really fun and interactive game and then bringing the Web3 and crypto elements and true digital identity and true digital ownership. And I'll be talking about two of our games, Gods Unchained and Guild of Guardians. So just digging a little bit deeper into the Immutable X platform itself, so you can understand how the capabilities of the Immutable X platform have really helped us at Gods Unchained leverage this. So as I said, Immutable X is one of the first layer 2 scaling solutions designed specifically for NFTs on Ethereum, and it's both fast and secure. And it does this using the ZK rollups technology to really achieve transaction throughputs of up to 10,000 TPS, which is really unparalleled with Ethereum mainnet, obviously. But it allows to do this in a kind of non-custodial manner, which means users and players can really take charge of their own ownership of their digital assets, and it's backed by the security of mainnet as well, so that they know it's trusted. And it does this using zero gas fees. So obviously, trading a $5 NFT using $50 of gas is nonsensical, and was some of the biggest bottlenecks when we were developing Gods Unchained ourselves. And that's why the Immutable X platform started to take shape. And as I said, it was developed in conjunction with Starkware using their ZK rollups technology. And to help to onboard developers, the Immutable X APIs, really we've seen that lowers the barrier to entry for projects and developers that are starting to come on board and start to make use of the system, and really helps them scale their projects in mere hours as opposed to days and potentially weeks that it can take to really onboard. And I guess the last point that's really close to my heart personally is that we can do this in a carbon neutral way. Obviously, using the ZK rollups and layer 2 technology, we offset the energy usage of mainnet by over 99%, but that gap in between is also offset through the use of our certified climate conscious partners. And I guess it's for this reason that we've had so many different projects and partners start to onboard with the Immutable X platform, both in the Web3 space and as well as the Web2 space that are coming on board. And this might be game development studios, in sports, music, art, or entertainment. And as I said, some of the more mainstream Web2 applications that are coming on board with their hundreds and hundreds of millions of users, the likes of GameStop and TikTok. And I guess, thinking about, why games, really Immutable started as not an NFT distribution platform, but as a game development company initially. And, for me personally, games has been a huge central part of my life for decades and decades. And obviously I have spent personally more time and money that I care to talk about in public on video games. And unfortunately, all the time and money that I have put in, I have not been able to extract that value out in any way. And in 2020 alone, we've seen that $74 billion have been spent in game assets, but players have not been able to extract that value in any way, shape, or form. And we really think that players deserve better, and we own them to do better. And so I guess with this idea in mind, we started development of two games. One is Guild of Guardians. So Guild of Guardians is a mobile RPG type game that's still in active development, where you take some of the characters and some of the items that are currently available on the marketplace that you can buy and sell through a number of dungeons and complete the missions. So this is still in active development itself, and I'm very much looking forward to when the Guild of Guardians team manages to release the first iteration of the mobile game soon to be coming out. So very excited by that. And the second one that I want to delve into is Gods Unchained. So Gods Unchained is a trading card game where I spend 99% of my time on. And you match up 1v1 with someone else with a deck of cards, and you have to use your cards to buff yourself and debuff your opponents, and then outsmart to defeat your opponent. So one of the central themes of Gods Unchained is that we're first a game. And what I mean by that is that it's a game being developed by gamers, so predominantly the developers and engineers that are developing the game come from decades and decades of gaming background and really understand the mechanics to make a fun and engaging and interactive game. The game itself is led by the former game director of Magic the Gathering Arena, Chris Clay. So he comes with decades of experience in game development and game mechanics. And really our aim is to first and foremost build a fun, engaging, and interactive game that gamers can and play and enjoy, but then introduce them to this new concepts of Web3 and crypto and true digital ownership. And I guess, the last number of years that the game has been out and been played, I just want to focus on some of the numbers for a second and talk about the growth of the game. So in the last 2 years alone, we've seen the game grow from mere hundreds of players to hundreds of thousands of players. And really, we see this trajectory continuing to move up to the right as more and more mainstream audience comes on board, starts interacting with the Web3 space and the crypto space, and start to understand really the true value of digital ownership. And the current market for NFTs is so minuscule and so small. If you go out there and talk to people about concept of NFTs, there are very, very few that really understand the true nature of NFTs. So this exponential growth is still yet to come, and we haven't got there yet. What this has meant, though, for these hundreds of thousands of players that are engaged with the game, a large proportion of them are also engaged with the game's economy, right? And we've seen over 60,000 players start to engage with the secondary market and trade over 5 million NFTs worth over $50 million. So this $50 million that have been traded is value that has gone back out to the player base out of that 74 billion that I previously mentioned. And this is $50 million that in a traditional normal sense, when players engage with the game, they wouldn't have had access to. This is $50 million that have gone back into players for their time and the money that have committed to the game. One of the highest value items that have been traded on Gods Unchained was a one-of-a-kind card worth 210 ETH. So players are really starting to take shape and understand the concept and power behind NFTs and what it means for true digital ownership. And this has meant that we've minted so far over 3.5 million NFTs in Gods Unchained. And these NFTs are cards and items that players can utilize within the game, and they either purchase them directly from us as the developers of the game, or they earn them through competitive gameplay. So I can engage with the game, compete with my fellow players, and then be rewarded for the time that I have spent with items. And usually this is like any other game that you earn rewards with in-game currencies. But in this case, I can go and trade these NFTs with my peers on the marketplace and extract value back out if I need to. But I think this is, talking about these big numbers is really fun and exciting, but I think it kind of masks some of the problems that we're also facing. And I think the problem is that of accessibility. I think if we go out there and talk about NFTs generally with people outside the room here, everyone assumes NFTs is something that is really for the rich playground of the rich and famous and the top 1%, because NFTs, usually when you hear about them in the news, there's something, an artwork that has sold for millions and millions of dollars, and that's just not accessible to people. And I think we have already enough accessibility challenges to overcome with UX, with increasing our adoption, with scalability, with the reliability of systems, that I think the economy is one that we have much more control over. And that is why over 84% of God's NFTs have actually traded for less than $5. And I think if we can reduce the barrier to entry through the economic value, so lowering the barrier by players being able to engage with the system, we can really drive adoption and increase adoption. I know $5 is still a lot of money for a lot of the population, but we're working towards reducing that economic barrier to entry and being able to increase the number of people that can engage with the game. And I guess over the last number of years that the game has been out, we've seen different cohorts and different categories of players start to take shape and develop. And I wanted to take a couple of minutes to talk about these different cohorts and categories of players and how engaging with the in-game economy and how engaging with the different game has started to transform them and take shape. So the first is what I would describe as like our crypto native audience. And our crypto native audience is potentially everyone that's listening to this and that's in this room. And you're someone that understands the concept of Web3. You know the difference between a fungible and non-fungible token. You know the different types of wallets and why you need a wallet. You understand the difference between a private and public key. And you might have been dabbling in crypto for a number of years, but potentially you haven't had your foray into NFTs, or maybe you've been playing around on the sidelines. And I know for me, this was my personal experience. So I've been in this space for over 5 years, but I hadn't really dabbled into NFTs. But I wanted to really understand what is the use cases of NFTs and what does it mean? How does it transform some of these different industries? And because I'm a gamer and really interested and passionate about games, that's how I got introduced to it. But I really stayed because I found the game enjoyable and fun and interactive, and it allowed me to appreciate the value that NFTs bring. And I think we see some of this cohort of players become our biggest advocates in the ecosystem. So I think, you know, if we go outside this room and go and talk to the broader public, there is a lot of misconception and misunderstanding around NFTs, particularly in video games. And I think this cohort of players going out and educating their friends and their families can start having these conversations around the power of NFTs and the true nature of NFTs in gaming. The second cohort that I want to talk about are really diehard and play hard gamers who are really here for the skill ladder and the game play itself. But they don't really know any concept of Web3 and crypto. They have no idea what a wallet is. So the biggest challenge here is really the user onboarding and the user education to help understand these different concepts and constructs that are we starting to build out. They love competitive gameplay and highly skilled games, and they're here for that. But what we've seen happen with this cohort of players, and they start to engage with the game, they start to play at a highly competitive game, and they start to earn NFTs, and then they take their NFT and they sell it on the marketplace. It's not until that first sell happens and they're managing to extract value back out that the true transformation happens. They come to the realization of this is not something that I've even purchased. This is something that I've earned through competitive gameplay, and I've managed to extract that value back out compared to other games that I play. And when this happens, they become aware of the true nature of digital ownership. And then we see the migration and shift start to take place, and more friends and colleagues coming on board from competitive games where they can't do this and they can't participate in that $74 billion that are being generated. The next cohort that I think we hear a lot about in this space and starting to come out are our play to earn cohort. And this is the audience, sometimes potentially there to even offset their daily living expenses, right? They're very familiar with different play to earn concepts and play to earn mechanics, but they're not really too fussed about the technology because they're looking to come in, participate in the game, and extract the value back out. We see some guilds operating in this space because they're looking for hyper growth and player acquisition. And so they want to bring as many of their players on board, bring as many scholars on board to play the game and engage with the economy, and then be able to extract value back out as quickly as possible. But they're very good at understanding in-game economies. They know exactly what levers to pull. And if I spend $10 here, what is my ROI and how many scholars do I need to get that return? So they're really starting to engage at a very minute level in the game economies and really help shift that balance. And then I think the fourth cohort of users that we see as our investor class. And you know, we love to meet our investors, and they're really there to help drive the initial stage of the game and development of the game. And a lot of projects wouldn't be where they are today without that investor class. The investor class sometimes engages with the game, and sometimes they don't. They like to play the marketplace. So having these concepts of marketplace in open economies as opposed to closed wall gardens allows many other investors. So I can become an investor, and it's not the playground of the rich and famous alone that can engage with the game's economies and help drive the adoption of the game forward. And so I guess, thinking about these different categories of cohorts of players and their engagement of the game, what kind of transformation does that create for the game? How are some of these elements change what players do and how they interact with the game? And I think one factor that was really interesting to me when I was preparing for this and digging into it is this concept of stickiness. And stickiness is essentially how many of your monthly players engage with your game on a daily basis, right? So if you had 100 players that play your game monthly, how many of those engage on a daily basis with your game? And if we look at this report from 2019 from Game Analytics, you can see the top 15% of the games really hover somewhere between the 18 to 20% stickiness. So that means 18 to 20% of that 100 people log in on a daily basis to interact with the game. What we've seen at Gods Unchained, on the other hand, is combining, the interactive, fun, and engaging and competitive elements of AAA games with the concept of true digital ownership. We've seen some of the stickiness percentages strike up to 32%. So that's 32% of our player base that engage on a monthly basis engage with the game on a daily basis because they want to be able to compete in the game, but also with the in-game economies. And if we look at the numbers that engage with the broader ecosystem and the broader economy, it's even higher than that. So giving utility back to players really drives this adoption further and increases the number of players that are engaging with it on a regular basis. So I guess if there's one final thing that I want to leave everyone with, why do we do this really? And it's about empowerment. It's about empowering players with true ownership of their digital assets and the thoughts and feelings that players wouldn't have experienced previously. So giving players a voice that they deserve to join their cohorts of players and competing in a fun and interactive and engaging way, trade their digital goods, and finally have full control over their assets. I think until you sell your first item in an open and interactive way, not on a closed marketplace that is not endorsed, really, until you do that, you don't realize the true nature of digital ownership and really being able to align incentives. And we hear this concept of aligning incentives a lot, but it's about the value being placed in by players and by game developers, and the value being extracted back out by these two audiences. So until both of these audiences are able to do this by putting value in and taking value out, we're not managing to align incentives. And until we do that, that's when we win and we are able to grow as an ecosystem and as an economy. Thank you for, I guess, taking the time to listen to me. I'm happy to hear more about how different projects and different games are onboarding with the utilization of NFTs, and happy to discuss further. Thank you.
I'm a DJ boy, going to decentral, making NFT, on the deep bayous, being crypto poor but JPay rich.
Hey guys, yeah, that was an amazing talk from Immutable X, and we want to also say that we're also doing kind of like a small giveaway for our active stream listeners as well. So we created an NFT yesterday to kind of give away as a no utility NFT. No nothing, just kind of like a POAP, similar structure. You got to use those keywords or else legal comes in. But but if you guys go over to bit.ly/dgensunited, capitalization is important. It will send you to a form to just kind of fill out your Ethereum address and everything. So you'll be able to receive, let me go ahead and share my screen really quickly. One of these bad boys. So yesterday, 19 people were able to claim it. And then, from there, we'll send it directly to your wallet and everything. But it's just going to be that image that you saw earlier. So yeah, just also once you get it, also read the description of it as well. There's some, it's a little bit of a fun experience, but wanted to just give away some stuff to the community. And yeah, I think we'll go ahead and go on to our next panel. So the ones that you guys here, I'll just throw it up real quick. Once again, it's bit.ly/dgensunited. Make sure you have the capitalization. Capitalization is important. And also, if you guys want a discount code for consensus, it's going to be desk 22 as well. for DecentralCon. So if you're planning on attending Consensus and you want to come to DecentralCon, we do have a discount code for you guys as well for discounted pricing.
Yep, early bird discount as well too. And we're if you look at the site, we're announcing our Wave 1 speakers, but that's not all. We have a lot more people joining in, so definitely stay tuned for that as well. We got a really cool venue in downtown Austin. It's actually at the Long Center for the Performing Arts, and Austin's becoming one of the biggest tech hubs and crypto hubs around there, besides Miami and everything else too.
Yeah, and we're also right in front of the Google building. So if you guys want to say anything, just stop by.
yeah, definitely. Awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah, I guess Michael, let's see who's next on deck.
Yeah, so the next one is going to be music NFTs with Milos and Vest. That's going to be featuring Foo Styles, Yalu Lin, and also Robert Menendez.
Okay, awesome. Let's get them on.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome to NFTCON. My name is Foo Styles. I am the CEO of Blockchain PR, and I am the managing partner of Decentral, which produces NFTCON. And today I'd like to welcome Robert Menendez from Vest, and Yalu Lin from Milos. If you would both introduce yourselves and tell us what your company is and what you guys do.
Sure. Let me go first.
Yeah.
My name is Yalu, and my experience with blockchain started in 2017. And one of my first project was X, which was a music copyright token marketplace. And then I got addicted to both. I fell in love with both blockchain technology and the music industry. So me and another friend, which is another co-founder of Milos, that we started Milos Studio. And Milos Studio is the destination for creating, discovering, and collecting original music on Web3. We have a marketplace with all kind of emerging and independent musicians from 45 different countries. And we have vast variety of music NFTs in our marketplace. And we also create a very unique create-to-earn music ecosystem on blockchain. So that's a quick brief about Milos here. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Rob.
My name is Robert Menendez, co-founder and CEO of Vest. We allow fans to buy into music royalties in a fractional and decentralized fashion, and collect royalties from their favorite artists. I have was introduced to Milos and fell in love with the concept and idea of allowing fans to participate in an NFT that is one-of-one collaborative, right? So, being a big fan of music and the freedom that music allows in our lives and also in an artist's lives, being bundled into a technology that allows you to participate with your favorite artist, I found that to be revolutionary, and I've had the pleasure of being an advisor to Milos for a year now through the launch and the rise of their company.
Great, thank you. And for people who don't understand, what is a music NFT?
Well, I'm happy to kind of take that one. So originally, and this is, I think, where you kind of see a value proposition changing in the marketplace. Originally, a music NFT was just basically a picture with a little bit of music attached to it, right? So you would go online, you'd find an asset, and that asset might have a little bit of sound attached to it, a loop or something that was musical attached to it. And that was kind of like the genesis of what people considered a musical NFT. What is a musical NFT now is a completely different question. As technology and additionally, the consumer starts to look at this product as a value-added representation of the artist, their art, and their music, and additional utilities, a music NFT has now changed into something that could represent the song, merch, attendance at a show, a Zoom call. So, from where it started to where it is now, it is a very different, very powerful product. And I think one that, kind of when the smoke is cleared in the NFT space, will be one of the things that continues to have a lot of value. Imagine having owned or collaborated with Eminem when Eminem was first starting, and then now you own that one of one. Fast forward 30 years, right? What is the perceived value and what is the perceived interest from the fandom and being able to have these moments in time with artists? And for the artist, it equals freedom. So that's kind of, I think, what the NFT, the music NFT is now.
I agree with Robert here completely. And what we can do with music NFT, what we see and what we can do with music NFT, the potential of what we can do is a lot. Like, for example, NFT records not only the music, but it also attaches the addresses between the fan and records the addresses between the fan and the creator. So there can be a lot of interactions between them, and that's what we love about blockchain technology and NFTs. So further to that, what Melos tries to do is to deepen this relationship and create a new dimension by giving perhaps call it music terms, recording music terms onto the NFT and allow people to co-create on top of each of the terms. So the NFT, Melos NFT, it's added on throughout each generation, and so your fan can be your co-creator and eventually creates a like GitHub style of creation process for music. So that's what we like about music NFT, and we see the potential there.
So I've seen other music NFTs before, but I haven't seen any where I can actually co-create with an artist. So really, can you explain more about that and tell us how would I do that? How would I make an NFT with Eminem or Lady Gaga? And why would they allow me to do that?
Right. So for example, traditionally, I'd love to take example of Lady Gaga. Let's say traditionally, Lady Gaga has some musical inspiration, and she writes it down on paper or record it on her computer, and it's draft version 1, and she goes out to perform and come back to that draft 1 and add more to it, and she goes out to work, perform, and come back to work on that. And this creation process can take a long time, but with Melos, she can upload her music here in Melos and mint as an NFT, and so other people, the next person comes along, sees this, maybe Rob likes it and sees and buys it, and Rob adds his own, or say original was piano, and Rob will add his own guitar, and then you see Rob's work, which has the piano piece and Rob's guitar in this piece, and you add a drum to this, and the next person comes along and adds a violin per se. So this lets your original inspiration, original draft expand and branch out, and all people can help you co-create. And why would people want to do that? Because all the creating process, starting from the originator, are recorded on blockchain. So we know who created or co-created your work, who buys it and who owns it now. And so all this process are recorded on blockchain, and we can trace back when a later generation of this NFT is sold. We can trace back and profit share through the all co-creators. So that's the magical thing about blockchain, and how we Melos here innovated this co-creation process.
And on the technological point, like, how does that work? So you're saying that if I get a stem, I add to it, and then do I sell the NFT? I just put it back out there, and then the profits from that NFT will go to me and Lady Gaga and Eminem and whoever else
Yes,
I
yes,
picked
yes,
from, and it's automatic.
yes.
And because they had already put their release on there, I don't have to deal with any license fees or royalties and anything like that.
Yes, of course, it has to happen in on Mellow Studio marketplace, and when the stem is created and is recorded in Mellow Studio, and the next person buys it, the second person buys it, already pays a profit to the generation zero, and then the next person comes along and buys it and adds his own work to it, and when she sells it, the third person sells it. Part of the profit will be shared between the first and the second creators. So that will be automated in Mellow Studio marketplace.
That's quite revolutionary.
Thank you.
And Robert, actually, since we're talking about that, why is this so revolutionary? Because I know you started Vest, which was the very first marketplace on the blockchain, and it started really early back in 2017. I was an advisor. We did an ICO. We pushed out an app. People bought into song royalties along with their favorite artists, and that was all because the traditional music system was so broken. Correct? Well, at least in America, right?
Well, true. I mean, I think what's exciting about any of the NFT projects, but specifically the Mellows project, is, one, it's really a decentralized record label. And I think I've had this conversation with the team before, in a way where you could literally all over the world collaborate and make a song where the IP is minted, if you would, into the blockchain. Everyone knows what their royalty components are. And believe it or not, these are still issues that happen in the real world, where you'll have a song that's out and they're still arguing about who owns what, right? So let's start with that being a wonderful solution. And the second part is, if you look at the trajectory of most apps that have been explosive in the marketplace, for example, TikTok is explosive because fans can collaborate with their favorite songs by creating dances and little sketches and then adding filters and things of that nature, right? I think where we're going and where Mellows is really inspiring is that you can now do that in a one-on-one way, where you and your friends can make a song with your favorite artist. And as a mixtape, you could take it into the metaverse. It could be your background playing. It could be in your room. It could be anywhere, and it's yours and your friends, right? And that really, I think, personalizes that NFT. It's not a one-on-one because someone gave you, a formula that you're dropping on that ape. Now, I'm not taking anything away from what those guys have done, because it is incredible. But this is a one-of-one because of your collab with that artist, your friends, and the artist perhaps coming back and doing something else with it, along with some, beautiful art that you can take everywhere with you. I think that's an exciting proposition. What's even more exciting is that everybody still earns, right? It is never out of the control of the originator, which is, a fantastic and a beautiful thing. And I think it's always been an issue in music, so to speak, to let the genie out of the box. Mixtapes have been around for a very, very long time. They've actually been the reason why a lot of musicians have careers. This is a really exciting way to take it one step further and allow the fans to interact. And if you're a platform, fans are very loyal. They come to where the music is. And I think that that's a great way to build an ecosystem and to educate people on what is an NFT, why is an NFT valuable, right? And how do you, work with an NFT to create something?
What NFTs are currently out on your marketplace? What has been released and what's done really well? I want all the gossip.
Yeah, well, There are so many. At the very beginning, we wanted to have a marketplace to create for people to launch their, record their stems or music inspirations or ideas. Or in the previous example, I used draft, but really what we call them is inspiration in our marketplace. But then, when the technology is built, like all kind of musicians from all over the world. I think there are like 900 musicians already on or waiting to be onboarded in our marketplace, and they are from 45 different countries, and they are amazing. Like traditionally, I have been listening to music from like Spotify or Apple Music, but they are like commercialized a lot of times, or commercialized or marketed music. I'm not saying that bad, but it's just that sometimes we crave for new things. And when I see all this music from Mellow Studio in our marketplace, like I hear all kind of different styles. People from India have one kind of that. So many different styles of music, and music from Turkey, they deliver different kind of emotion and message, and music from Philippines and from Thailand. And I don't understand the language, but there are a lot of emotion and message I receive just by listening to this music, and they are just beautiful and amazing. And of course, at the same time, we do. Thanks to Rob and our team, we do have other musicians, like bigger name musicians onboarded us previously, including Trey Songz, David Bowie, and Method Man is coming, and Queens, the rock band Queens, is also coming. So we're happy with that. I'm very, very happy with all this music. So that's what we have so far.
Oh, that's exciting. Actually, the most exciting thing I see is the ability to collaborate with everyone around the world, and especially now music's become so global. I mean, we're seeing, K-pop become a global phenomenon all around the world. And I'm seeing finally collaborations in different languages that just wasn't happening before. But now, as a normal, regular person who has very little musical skills, I could still participate in this. And that's really exciting.
Yeah, thank you. There are two parts I'd love to add to this. One is that we do have a artificial intelligence assistant that helps you create music. You just key in a few simple music notes, and as a beginner, you just key in a few simple music notes, like 2 to 3 music notes, and it will create a piece of music for you. And we do see some very talented music creators or music artists using that Metis AI to create sophisticated music, and it just amazed me. That's great. So that's when people go to Mellow Studio, Mellow Stuff Studio, and please just try this Metis AI. And secondly, music's one thing is an art form, probably one of the earliest art form, because we use tunes or melodies to express emotion way before we have language, vocabularies. So I think music is very valuable. And an interesting thing with music is that, of course, we listen to this marketed music, but music under like marketing activities and all that. But music itself doesn't change even if you have the marketing process or not. So there are still a lot of great music around the world, like in little places around the little corners of the world. That's never been heard if there's no marketing activity. So we create this platform so for people have an opportunity, have a platform they can express their music emotion, music talent, music passion to everybody around the world. And that is something that we love doing what we do. So that's the second part that I would add to this.
Amazing. So the future of music is decentralized, and through you guys having a decentralized music studio. That's fantastic. Well, we're running short on time. So I'd like to thank both of you for joining us. Are any last moment. Any last words for our audience at NFTCon?
Sure.
Oh, wow.
I mean, expect.
Or
Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, is there any alpha you want to give us?
No, I just it's a great journey, and we are grateful for everybody who participated and helped us along the way, including Fu and Robert here. And thanks for joining us on NFTCON, and love to see you guys on Mellow Studio.
Sure, I'll share a little bit of alpha though, because my background as a trader. The Mellows token is live, guys. It's live and available. It's on KuCoin. So if you believe in what the Mellows ethos and what is being built here and the revolution that's happening within the music space, please take a look. This isn't a buy recommendation, but what I am telling you is that there are some great projects in the pipeline. We're very, very excited. We're looking at Korean artists. We've got a plethora of hip hop. We've got a lot of things coming down the pipeline that I think are going to be not only exciting, but revolutionary. Go check out the token. The symbol is actually the name. Pretty easy to find, guys. And we look forward to speaking with you again.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh, shoot.
And hey, welcome back, everybody. Awesome. Let's see here. Yeah, so we got a lot of comments here asking kind of about the airdrop. Michael has a sheet that he posted out there. We also have in our Discord as well. That is for all the fellow DGens. We're doing the POAP airdrop as well, and we were sharing that out shortly. And let's get Michael back on. Michael hopped off. All right, yeah, let's see here. Let's get ready for the next upcoming panel here. And before that too, let's play another video that's coming up here. I'll give you a little preview of Austin. All right, so the next upcoming panel is about how to launch a successful GameFi and NFT company. We already know that Play to Earn and GameFi has been taking the best of both worlds from DeFi and NFTs and combining to games. Axie Infinity kind of popularized this and kicked things off here. So this is a great panel. Looking forward to it, and let's bring them on.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to NFTCON. I'm Esther. I'm one of the co-founders at Decentral, and actually probably created NFTCON. So welcome back. I have a great lineup for you tonight or today. I've got two lovely ladies, Patricia and Laura, to share what it takes to create or have a successful NFT or GameFi project. So Patricia, why don't you introduce yourself first? And yeah, it's great to have you here.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. So yeah, I'm Patricia. I'm a program manager at Brink. We're a venture capital firm. And part of our biggest business is running a blockchain accelerator. Prior to that, I was a boring lawyer. Started as a derivatives lawyer in banking. I think it's like the biggest cliche ever. Was in that for about 12 years. Then ran away with the circus because I'm an aerialist and everyone always thinks that's a joke, but I actually ran away to a circus for a year. And then came back and found crypto. So I joined the founding team of a digital asset exchange. And then after that, we did a social media app with a native token that we sold to a VC. And then after that, a miner. And then I joined Brink to help accelerate various projects within the space. I mean, why tag yourself to one when you can do many, right? So that's me in a nutshell. Yeah, and I'm very excited to be here.
Great. Laura, your turn.
Hi. I don't know how I can follow that, Patricia. Jeez, I didn't get to join the circus, man. I got my cat ears. That's because, well, I have 3 cats, so that just tracks for me. But so I come from a very varied background. So I was I worked at the FCCT here in Bangkok, and I was kind of in the media. Then I went to the UN. Even before that, I was in education and the provincial government in Canada, where I'm from. And I got my master's here in Thailand. And so then I moved over. I left the UN actually for crypto. So I left it. Yeah, I left
the UN for crypto.
I left the UN for crypto. And I started with the NEM Foundation. And I was with them for about 3 years, actually, and then moved to Near Protocol. And then after that, I went to Launchpool, which is a pre-IDO launchpad. And then November this year, we started GameFi, which is our own launchpad. So we went from pre-IDO to IDO, and we've just done our first 2 IDOs. So since November to now, we've launched a token, launched NFTs, and done 2 IDOs. So I haven't slept in a really long time. And but also I'm doing the Launchpool Web3 Techstars Accelerator. So it's the first Web3 focused Techstars Accelerator ever. So they've done Web3 projects, but they've not done Web3 accelerators. So that's why I'm back and forth to Dublin, helping them do the program and everything. I'm back in 2 weeks. So it's really exciting. And like Patricia, why stick to one protocol? I find it, sometimes it's limiting. Like protocols are great and you get really deep into the technology, but sometimes it's better to just step back and go, hold on, take a bit of a customer centric view, if you will, from a business perspective and say, what do people want? Instead of what the protocol wants to give them. So you're able to kind of pinpoint that, well, hey, I think this might be a better market fit. So
yeah, that sounds like so interesting, right? So I mean, let's see. I'm almost sure I met both of you back in 2018, didn't I? Or
probably,
yes. Yeah, we met all in 2018.
2018.
At some conference here or there. Sorry, what?
2018 was a bonkers year, man. Like really, there's just
like ultra bonkers, right? Wasn't it?
Ultra. It was just nonstop. It was nonstop. It really was.
It feels like this year, though, doesn't it? Am I the only one? Like, I mean, it's been nonstop this year as well in terms of just the explosion, which has been phenomenal. And I think, picking up on your point earlier, it's been interesting to look at things from a protocol perspective, a business perspective, and then a customer perspective, and really pulling that synergy in, right? And I think that's where, being part of an accelerator or running an accelerator is such an interesting space because you really get to see that and map that out and help the entire ecosystem, right? But, I mean, Esther, to your point, we met at Token 2049 in 2018.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that conference in Hong Kong because that was probably one of the biggest ones in Asia at that time. And then I basically started in blockchain end of 2017 and early 2018. So I started, I used to be a journalist with SEMP. And then I said, I love technology. I like this blockchain stuff. Let's just run with it. And then started a PR marketing firm and started like meeting all these projects and started doing community events and met everybody through the conference circuit. And I think there's one thing that people that aren't really in crypto don't understand is how important these conferences are actually in bringing people together in person. I mean, especially after COVID. I mean, we saw that with Decentral. I mean, we had 5,000 people flying from around the world. It was nuts. And I was walking around going, wow, everybody's really enjoying themselves. And I was like, oh, hi everyone, hello. They were just so happy. I was like, oh, this is just like perfect, because it's what, actually the community needs. And that's what we're aiming to do.
Yep.
I mean, okay, let's start off with, what keeps you in this industry? I mean, other than the crazy hours, the crazy stuff that we all get up to, what is it that keeps you here? I mean, it's been 4 years, right? Who wants to start? Laura.
Oh, okay. I was going to say Patricia start, but yeah. No, and to be perfectly honest, there are a couple of times where I'm like, you know what? No, I'm out. I'm done. I'm too tired. I'm too burnt out. I'm too, there's too many people that have just not done what you want them to do, and you get disappointed in the space sometimes. But it's just so like nowhere else can you get the amount of variety and just the length and breadth of projects and founders and technology and just cool, pardon my French, but cool shit that goes on. And it's like I can't get that if I'm just marketing for a traditional tech company, or if I'm the CEO of, let's say, some app, some omni-channel app. I can't get that. I won't meet these super cool people with these absolutely mind-blowing ideas that, while in the mainstream right now, they may poo-poo it. They may say, yeah, you guys are all nuts and this is all a Ponzi scheme. But I mean, look back at
finance.
Yeah,
right?
look at finance.
Come on, let's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, finance. That's all a Ponzi scheme. Okay, thanks. Or even if you're looking at we're talking about NFTs and we're talking about blockchain-based gaming. If you go back to the mobile gaming craze where freemium first started, that was such massive pushback against that. Oh, it's a scam. You're going to do this and you're going to do that. It is de rigueur now. It's the standard type of game that's on mobile gaming right now. It's free to play, but with in-app purchases. That is the way it's gone. So I kind of look at it the same way. Like there's going to be massive pushback, and some is going to succeed, some is not. But we're just so, and people keep saying we're early. It feels so late for me because we've been doing this for so long. It's like, really, we're early. I think I've aged 10 years already, but it's just, you're not going to get this level of innovation, I don't think, in any other industry.
I totally agree. Yeah. How about Patricia?
Yeah, I mean, I echo a lot of what Laura says. And then in addition to that, I'm just one of those people that's a bit ADHD, and I get bored really easily. And, within blockchain, there's so many different verticals, right? Like, and they're interesting verticals, all of them. Not a single one is boring. I mean, again, coming from traditional finance, we have a lot of verticals, but they all kind of get same, after a while. And once you've looked at one thing and you've seen a couple of issues and met a few people, it's kind of the same. Not to poo-poo on the finance industry, but blockchain is just so varied and it's innovative, right? And taking the Brink ethos, we really look for innovation, not just innovation within your industry, but innovation in terms of a global social positive impact, right? So we call them game changers. And that's really what keeps me here, being able to look at all the applications that come in and really have that visibility across the blockchain area. If I was just at a traditional company, one, I wouldn't have that visibility. Two, I think that, part of humanity is we don't like change, right? So I think if I was still in a traditional industry, I'd still have this propaganda, so to speak, about how bad crypto is and how, because people fear that change on a personal level and on a business level, right? Because if you start eating my pie, where are we going to go? And we don't understand blockchain, so we don't want that. It's to Laura's point about the freemium models of mobile games. Same thing, right? It was eating into their revenue. So, to me, like I said, personality-wise, just getting bored really easily, and kind of needing that hit of dopamine and adrenaline rush. So I'm kind of the same as Laura. At night when it's like 2 a.m., I'm like, I'm done. I'm too old for this. And then I wake up in the morning. I'm like, yeah, let's go. DGens rule the world.
Oh yeah. Same. I mean, same story over here. I mean, day after day, night after night. You know, crypto is there's so much happening in this field. Always something happening, always news to catch up on. It's just like they say, what, how many 7 years was it? One month is now.
Like I've
1
aged
month.
a decade in 4 years at least. Yeah. It's like
Right?
the COVID
But
times are crypto times. Like, how it's like COVID 1 year is like 5. Yeah, it's crypto. Like 1 month is a year. I'm sorry. Like I've done this and
I
a month is a
totally
year.
feel that.
Curve as well,
Totally
right?
feel that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but I'm interested to ask. I mean, we've all been in Asia. This NFTCon is probably talking more to like a North American audience. What would you like to share about Asia and the crypto and blockchain industry that maybe they don't know about?
I'll go first this time. So I think Asia, the traditional, or not traditional, but the native crypto crew, so to speak, back in the day. And I mean, I think this is slightly cultural. In Asia, we like to gamble. So there was a lot of, and there still is, a lot of it is speculation, right? Whereas I think in North America, also because of the SEC regulations and things like that, and the fact that there's less access for retail, I think that people focus more on projects, whereas I think in Asia people focus more. And again, this is a broad generalization,
Yeah.
right? But I think in Asia there's more of the they lead with thinking about revenue and income, right? How can I build something that's going to make me money within crypto and blockchain? Whereas personally, my view, the way that I see it, North America is really more like, how can we help, female-led projects? How can we help artists and creators? How can we help industries, transition? And that's something that, again, we at Brink are trying to do. And I think other sectors within Asia now as well. With COVID, I think globalization and the synchronicities between the worlds have kind of merged, right? Like we're less separate than we used to be because of the fact that, we're all online now, right? I mean, literally everything. And human connection has been a big thing. And, everyone shows up to conferences online and does that type of work. So I think the differences are going to lessen as we, play out this year and the next few years.
Yeah, I would agree. I've been here for, I think it's 17, 18 years now in Asia. So not half of my life, but I'm getting close. But I think I would agree they'll start with a revenue first model, but not just that. They will go, and I don't know, I found this in Asia. There's just more of a, and I hate using catchy words like there's a zeitgeist, but they will know what is popular before North America has even like thought it up. So K-pop, K-dramas, J-pop, J-dramas, I mean, every anime, everything. North America will try to do it, but they can't. And not only that, you don't have the fan base, like just the population as well, the population density over here, the willingness to just go for memes, go for something cute. And the cute factor, you're not going to get, like, you're just not going to, because in North America, they're going to go, that's for children. Ew. And over here, they're like, yeah, hello, let me wear my ears. Let me, let me hang out with whatever and wear my anime stuff. And nobody cares. Like, there's not a stigma as much as there is in North America. And you can go into into cultural things where it's patriarchal in some ways, but very free in others. It's just a lot of people are way more entrepreneurial. Way more entrepreneurial spirit over here is everyone has a side hustle. If you do not have a side hustle, you are lazy. Where's your business? Girl, where is your business? And what are you doing? And you're only doing one job. Huh. That's interesting. And then it's just more like, shame. You should be doing at least 2 or 3 things. And just what's popular, what will sell. Meme coins do a lot better over here. It's just the way it is. I find in North America it's more technology based, and what's the where's the nuts and bolts and the nitty gritty. Over here it's not that they don't have that, but it's just, again, I'm gonna sell it first. I will sell it first, and then let's see how it goes. But they're very focused on what will the audience buy. What will the community buy? What will the audience buy? And they're very big into their communities too. And the communities here are like, they're insane in a good way, because they will support their favorite things to the ends of the earth. I mean, look at the crowds of girls showing up at the airport at 4 a.m. to see some dude come off a plane who's not even, globally or even regionally popular. It's just like in their little town, he's super popular. So they'll show up and they'll be there with their handmade cards and everything, just mobbing him. So if you are able to shift that to crypto, which I think they've done over here, especially in Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand's, we're still in a bit of a yes and no. Japan's just a different beast altogether. They just are. They're a different beast altogether. But it started there with crypto girls and in anime stuff as well. But they will support it, and their favorite thing they will support, and you'll just get a more loyal fan base. They just have their finger on the pulse of a younger demographic, I think, than what maybe North America would market towards. And it's just a different mindset. I think I answered that correctly.
Yeah, and the differences between different parts of Asia is huge, right? I mean, we're lumping it all together into one right now, but I mean, the differences between Korea and Japan and Thailand and Indonesia and Vietnam and China, I mean, there's huge differences, and in each country they have their own NFT and blockchain and crypto industries too. But it's really happening in Asia, and I think it's been very interesting to see how it's gone on. And I mean, being in Asia, like, what other sort of trends have you guys noticed? Anything interesting that people should know about? Or, I mean, I remember like when Irene Dao came out and we're like, okay. But, that is like really Asian, to me, that's like ultra Asian. And all those like, anime or is it the anime NFTs? And all that sort of stuff. It all came out of Asia. A lot of it came out of Hong Kong as well, too. So it's very interesting.
No, it really is. And I think, again, it's a slightly, it's a cultural perspective, right? Because if you actually look at the Asian cultures, we're all about community, generally within the family, right? I think North Americans would call us codependent, because no matter what age you are, you've always got your parents involved and your whatever. But it actually is very helpful for the business side, and especially if you're launching an NFT project, because if you can get that loyalty, as Laura said, like, you're golden, and they will literally buy everything, even if they don't like it. They're like, I just want to support you because I'm a loyal fan, But I mean, some of the interesting stuff we're seeing out in Asia is really some of the game studios, the traditional game studios. And Laura, I'd actually love to hear your perspective on this, but that are now wanting to start entering into blockchain, because traditionally the play to earn model is not something that they liked, right? They focused very much on enjoying the game for the sake of enjoying the game, not to entice people because you're like, ooh, you can make money. And if you can't make money anymore, people, you lose your user base, right? So but something that's really interesting here that we've really started to see is the traction in terms of the gaming studios bringing in their game models, their proven game models, and applying that to blockchain, and then innovating in a way, right? So that's something that I'm super excited about on the gaming side of things. But again, I'd love to hear, Laura, what you're seeing as well.
Well, yes and no. I've seen game studios come in. I've seen like traditional mobile gaming studios especially. And that, for me, the niche of the mobile gaming is really kind of exciting for me, because if you're in Asia, everybody's either on the train, waiting for something, walking somewhere, and everyone is on their phone.
That's right.
Constantly. You're like this. That's it. You're not going to see their face. You're going to see this. And everyone is on their phone. And everyone plays games on their phone. Everyone shops on their phone. Everyone orders their food on the phone. Your phone is your life. And the population, the percentage of the population with a mobile phone here is way more than the percentage of population with a laptop or a desktop. And if you're going to make it over here, you have to make your app, your game, whatever, mobile friendly, because otherwise it's just not going to fly. And I know Patricia mentioned play to earn. Play to earn is born here, man. Like, it's not.
That's right.
Hello. Yeah, but and I mean, remembering my history well, even though it's really not historical, but remembering about like Axie, it comes out of the Philippines, and it comes because, hey, wait, there are people disenfranchised. There are barriers to entry to traditional crypto, and there still is. We're still not there. We are still not there yet, and people are being displaced. They're losing their jobs, and everyone plays mobile games already. So why not make it profitable for them? Now, I'm not going to talk about where that went, because now it's not, you can't just hop on there and make a couple $100. It's evolved into something else. Whether that's good, whether that's bad, that's not for me to say. But that niche is still there. That need is still there. If you're in Southeast Asia and you have a bunch of people able to earn, what they make in a month, in a week, playing a video game, I mean, you've just literally upended. There's knock-on effects. You've upended economies and whatnot, and you've created a gray market, perhaps. But you've opened a door for people, and if there wasn't a need, there wouldn't be the game to fill the need. It's supply and demand. So the demand wasn't there, so the supply wouldn't be there. And you can talk about gaming guilds. The guilds are huge. Over here. Massive. And there's still some, I have no idea what they're doing. Like, hey, we launched a guild and we raised $63 million. I'm like, okay, well, what you do? And there's
so Laura,
I get that, but we're a guild. And I'm like, but what do you do? But we're a guild. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So it's half a dozen one, six of the other, but there's so many opportunities over here. Guilds were born here, play to earn was born here. You might as well say every anime waifu and anime NFT was born here. And no effect, like we could go into a bit of a downward spiral with this, but Irene Dao, it's just very like your Instagram girl, your cute girls, and in Thailand we call them pretties, and they're hired to be pretty, and it's part of the culture. I can't get bent out of shape about it and go, oh, the patriarchy, because it's just, it is what it is. And that is what sells over here, and that is what plays over here. And you can't come in, I think, with a North American mindset and say, well, look at our, we have this and this and this, and it should work. It won't. You have to, it's like global, globally local. You have to adapt. And I think I've said this for 4 years now. You have to market locally. You have to adapt locally. You have to pivot to fit the market that you want to enter.
Localization is so important.
Totally. It's not gonna. It's so different. You have to, adapt to what it is locally. I'm gonna move on and ask about. If someone wants to join an accelerator or incubator, what do they need to do? How can they impress the both of you?
Go ahead, Patricia. I have thoughts. I have thoughts.
So, I mean, barring, I have to say it's been really interesting because I get messages on LinkedIn being like, oh, I know I missed the deadline yesterday because I couldn't be bothered to apply, but can you still give me mentorship? And I'm like, no. So the first one would be, please apply. Make sure you finish your applications and provide all the information on the applications, and I think that although it's, it's kind of like university, right? Every accelerator will have different considerations of what type of projects they want. So again, one of my biggest tips is read the website. Pick keywords from the website, right? Like, so for example, Brink, I was saying we're really about innovation within a positive global impact. Put that in your deck, but apart from that, it's really having, all the, and I think this is a little bit the thing where there's a learning curve. And this is not just within blockchain, this is just startups. But, from a VC perspective, we go through investment committees. So we do due diligence. And obviously we all come from, or most of us come from traditional finance backgrounds. So, we need to dot the I's and cross the T's, and we need all the financials if you have them, and this and that. And I think, again, sometimes it's a bit of a spray and pray approach from some of the startups where they're like, I'm just going to apply it to all of them and just give minimal information and cross my fingers and hope I'm going to get in. And that certainly is not the right way. So in terms of impressing, it's really, excuse my French, get your shit together and just apply properly, seriously think about it, right? Because that actually comes across on the other side of things. And then, some of, like I said, for our purposes, we really look at innovation. So talk about why you're different. Talk about, what it is that you're solving for, what pain point, right? So Laura, to your point earlier about guilds, we just started a guild accelerator that, we're about to launch. And again, same thing, some of the applications, it's like, oh, we run a guild. You're like, great. What type? What do you do? What's your purpose? So those types of things, right? Really go into the business and explain it, and including revenue models or how you see the sustainability of this, and then your customer acquisition strategy. Everyone always forgets that. Laura, I'll pass it over to you. Clearly, we're seeing the same things, though.
Yeah, and not just that, like I would also, for pitches, for the love of God, keep it simple. Literally keep it simple, stupid. Like, if we ask for a 5-minute pitch, no, we do not want a 45-minute pitch. Really, more is not more. Yeah. More is not more. And I don't mean this to crap on projects that are applying. It's just the guidelines are there, and I echo what Patricia said. I mean, for Techstars, it's a founder first. It's founder first. So your founder should be applying, and your founder should tell us about themselves. Also tell us about your project. Also tell us why blockchain, and don't just please have a whole business model and then here's Web3. It's like, but it doesn't fit. Don't try to fit the round peg in the square hole. It doesn't work. So think through. Also think how you're going to scale. Because if you don't think about how you're going to scale, I mean, everyone's watched Silicon Valley. I've started this with my friends. We're great. And then everyone hates each other. And then, toxic cultures grow. Do you know what I mean, though? Like, it gets really toxic really quickly. And then you have to realize, like, yeah, these same 5 people that we started this with, this is not going to take me to 150 to 500 employees. If we plan to scale, you have to plan that in. How are you going to scale? Not just what's your customer acquisition strategy, what is your retention strategy?
Yep.
What's your hiring practices? What do you look for? What's your culture? What is your corporate culture, company culture? You don't want to say corporate. Oh my God, we can't say corporate. But what's your company culture? We can't say corporate. What's your company culture? And what problem are you solving? And is it actually a problem? Is it actually a problem, or is it something you kind of said is a problem? And we'd like to see a little bit, we'd like to see all of things. Like, we'd like to come from just, a germ of an idea up to a fully fledged company. But you have to at least be able to articulate what you're trying to do. Yeah. And never, please don't show up to the pitch high. That would be great.
Oh, yeah.
That'd be great. Might be a big ask, but just,
I haven't had that one yet, but looking forward to that a little, actually.
It's a bit fun. I mean, it may have happened. It happens for different things, not just accelerators. It happens to, like, hey, I want some VC funding, or I want this. And no offense, but if you're also, to the guys out there, if you're pitching to a female,
don't mansplain.
Please.
Female.
If you're pitching to, like, female VC or somebody who's female on an accelerator panel, please, for the love of God, do not mansplain and do not cut them off. Do not cut us off, because we're here. No, but we're here for a reason. We're not here because of the hair or whatever. We're here because we earned our space here. So please do not, just give the courtesy, the common respect that you give any other colleague, and that's it. And we're golden. That's it. Sorry, I had to throw that in there because
that is such a valid point. That happens so often. So often. Yeah. And the things that you guys just mentioned are very actually very helpful. I think a lot of people don't know, how to do this, and the points that you both mentioned were great, and it would help them a lot. I mean, I wish we had more time. I need to finish this up because we're out of time. But any last thoughts or comments? Anything else that these projects or people should how do we encourage them?
I mean, applications are open.
Apply on time, everyone, please.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think, keep going, but do this, remember why you started this in the first place, right? And flesh it out. As Laura said, even if it's an idea stage, be able to articulate that idea, right? Not just be like, ooh, I have an idea. And I think the last point that I would just make as well is to Laura's point about slapping kind of Web3 on just any project, I would say the same about tokens. So the other thing that happens is there's no blockchain project, it's not Web3. And then they're like, ooh, look, I am launching a token. And you're like, oh, why? Yeah, so really think about it, because this space is so innovative. Some of the things that we're seeing in the accelerator is using NFTs for data, micro incentivization of e-commerce and logistics within the developing countries, all, like I said, innovative applications of this that can really help scale industries, economies, help the disparity between wealth in these places. So really think it through, right? Because those are the people that we want to invest in. We want to help the ecosystem, but we can't help you unless you help yourself. So I'm going to leave it with that.
For sure.
Absolutely. Also, if you are launching a project, please think of the community. Community. You're not going to go anywhere without it. You're not going to scale without it. I mean, you want to call them customers, you want to call them, users. That's fine, but it's a community, and this space works differently. Nowhere else in any type of industry will you be able to talk to the CEO on any chat form anywhere, nor will you be able to access the executives. And so keep that in mind, and you will be expected to be, to be available and to be able to explain yourself and to articulate your project's purpose, its roadmap. And sometimes it's okay if you don't know. Just say, look, I don't know yet, but I'm more than happy to chat with you guys about it, or work it through, or brainstorm, or come up with some sort of counsel to work it through, and let's see where you guys would like us to go. Sometimes it's a really great engagement tool for your community, but also you don't need a DAO.
Oh, no. We all need a DAO. It's like, DAOs are going to all save us.
It probably doesn't need a DAO. And I am not crapping on all the DAOs out there, but DAO is the new ICO or STO.
Yes.
And it doesn't necessarily need a DAO. There are different ways of governance. There are different ways of decentralization. It does not need a DAO. If it actually does need a DAO, by all means, get it done and great, but have a second and third thought on the DAO. And again, it's like the guild. Don't just go, yeah, we got a guild. Well, we have a DAO. It's like,
one or the other, right?
But just make sure it has a clear plan and a clear path, not just, again, like, don't slap a token on it. Don't try to shove Web3 into it, and don't try to like, well, I have NFT, DAO, and DeFi.
All of it.
It's like,
add it all together.
I've hit every marketing buzzword, and just make sure you've got something cool. It works. You've got a community that's excited about it, and you have a plan to develop it. It's gravy. You don't have to have a little bells and whistles, and don't slap an NFT on it either. Just like, no, the NFT should have utility. Please have utility.
That
That's
also,
it.
I mean,
It's like a token.
We have another chat, but utility as well is something
Utility.
that, definitionally, people are like, oh, it has utility, and you're like, what? And you're like, oh, you can use it in a game. Also, regulatory analysis with that. Look into that. But yeah, sorry, Laura.
No, absolutely. Just make sure that everything's thought out. Like, just think it out. Take your time.
And I think you guys just golden words of wisdom right here. Anyone who really wants to make it with whatever project that they're doing in this space. I think really today we shared a lot. that would help them. And with that, I hope to have you both on again. We had such a good chat today, and thank you so much for coming on. I will see you guys both soon.
No, thanks so much. It was super fun. Thanks.
See you. Bye.
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 This dirt is from the planet Titus. Keep in mind though, too much water and it's mud, not enough and it's dust. This one is too muddy, but if you mix it with garbage, it kind of tastes okay.
Hey everyone, I just want to say also a big shout out to Blockdown Conference, Erhan and the crew there. They're one of our partners for the community here in Web3. They're hosting an amazing event in Croatia in May. So we'll share some more details for that shortly. And yeah, we got a few more other partnered events too. We got shout out to Paris Blockchain Week. The team will be in Paris. Checking out the NFT Paris Day and others as well too. Awesome. Give me 1 second here. Ready? All right, awesome. So we'll hop on to the next upcoming panel, and or I should say fireside chat. We have Elmer from Campus and Campus DAO. Let's get him right on the stage.
Hey, what's up,
Hey,
Justin?
Elmer.
Everyone.
Awesome. Well, welcome to NFTCON, and we know that DAOs and NFTs are just taking the Web3 world by storm, and Campus is kind of building solutions and communities or community tools, as to say, to help kind of level up these DAOs and NFTs. But I don't want to kind of butcher it. Definitely want you to do a little short intro and tell us what Campus is, or Campus DAO.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, Justin. Great event. Shout out to you and Michael for putting this together. So yeah, we started Campus. We saw a lot of NFT and DAO projects out there. The last panel talked about don't launch a DAO or an NFT without utility. And so what we've been building is a set of tools, if you will, for the Web3 community. So let me just share my screen and I'll kind of walk you through what we've been up to. Let's see. All right. Let me know if that comes through.
Yep.
Perfect. All righty. So in a nutshell, we're building the Shopify for the Web3 world. And so what that means is, as the world shifts from centralized platforms like Facebook and YouTube to more decentralized platforms, using Web3 and blockchain, we're building infrastructure and software tools around that to empower creators, small businesses, NFT projects, and brands to really be able to build their own space within the Web3 infrastructure, like Ethereum and Solana. So some of the use cases that we're targeting are going to be, virtual worlds, communities that are token gated, virtual universities, education, and even like virtual showrooms that a brand like Supreme or Louis Vuitton might want to have a virtual showroom in the metaverse using, NFT technology, for example. So before I dive into a live demo, I wanted to just kind of provide a quick overview of the stack that we've built. So on the left side, you'll see some of the utility that we're bringing to NFT projects through private communities, members-only communities, members-only courses, live events, and things like that. And even like voting, DAO voting, and whatnot. In the future, we're looking at making all this programmable and bringing in integrations with Shopify and other technologies. So imagine, having your Shopify e-commerce store within the metaverse and allowing people to sort of browse that in a 3D format. That's really the infrastructure that we're building. We're blockchain agnostic, so we have support for Ethereum, Solana, and other blockchains, and then we're able to render the presentation layer in a 2D metaverse, which is what I'll show you today, and as well as a 3D metaverse for brands that are ready to go into that 3D world. So here's a quick snapshot just for you guys to understand what I mean when I say 2D versus 3D. So 2D is still a Web3 virtual world, if you will, but using technology that's here today. So your traditional web browsers. And then the 3D world is really the same virtual world, but in a 3D format. So we get the adoption of 3D technology. It's not here today, but over the next 5 years, this will become more and more ubiquitous. So I'll switch over to a live demo, but for the initial release, this is a project that we've been working on this roadmap for over a year. We're launching in a couple of weeks, and we'll be making available exclusively to NFT, DAO, and metaverse projects who are desperate to offer utility to their token holders, and then in the future, this will be available to any traditional small business or creator. So let me switch over to the live environment. And all righty, we'll start here. So this is the 2D version of Campus. We've configured this to have a Bored Ape Yacht Club token gate. And so you'll see that the branding and everything is, specific to that brand and that project. What I'm going to walk through here is I was actually going to buy NFT live from the testnet, but OpenSea is down right now. So we're going to actually just walk through it with an NFT that's already in my wallet. So assume that I'm accessing this private area within this community. I'll be able to connect to MetaMask so that we can verify whether you actually own that NFT. This works for NFTs, but also for like ERC20 tokens, or any other, Solana NFT and other blockchains as well. So I'm connecting to MetaMask here. We're going to get a prompt to authorize read-only access to the wallet. And then we'll scan the wallet and verify whether you actually own an NFT from that collection. So it looks like I do own an NFT. So what we're doing here is loading that NFT as your profile picture, or PFP, for those of you that are hipsters in Web3. And now I can actually join this space, right? So I won't go through the onboarding process, but essentially we've validated that your customers have, access or own that NFT. The minute that they sell it or transfer it to someone else, they would immediately lose access to whatever is behind the scenes here, right? Whether it's a community, exclusive merch, live events, or other things. This is essentially real time, powered by our software. And I'm going to switch over real quick to the admin side of things. So this is, me as a DAO owner or NFT collection. And you'll see that, just like a lot of the traditional Web 2.0 tools today, we're able to use a very easy to use interface to configure our branding, our analytics, and more importantly, our token gates, right? So this site that I accessed today, you'll see that this is the token gate that's already configured. But if I wanted to give access to, let's say, ApeCoin holders, right? ApeCoin just came out last week. I can easily add that through this interface without having to do any, blockchain programming or learn Solidity or any of that stuff. So I can simply select the blockchain here. Solana and Ethereum are ready to go. We're adding additional blockchains as we speak. You can select the network that you want to run on. For production, obviously, the mainnet is the main one. But if you wanted to just test out your campus against different test networks, like the one I have set up, you can do that here. And then you can simply pick whether it's a ERC20 token, an NFT token. And then as I go through this wizard, I'm able to configure some of the metadata, the contract address. This is important, right? Because every NFT collection has a single contract address. And so whether you have 500 NFTs or a 10,000 collection, you'll be able to configure that address and allow anyone into your environment, into your space, as long as they own an NFT from that collection. And then you'll also be able to specify what's the minimum that they need to hold in order to join in, right? So in the case of NFTs, it might be one NFT. But if I was configuring a ApeCoin collection, for example, I could say, you need to be holding at least 500 ERC20 tokens of ours in order to be allowed in here. So yeah, that's in a nutshell. This is the campus. There's a lot of capabilities that are already out of the box, from courses to live events, social networking, and community, that I won't bore you guys with. But yeah, happy to jump into some questions. I know, Justin, you have a lot of thoughts and questions in this space, so let's jump in.
Yeah. Also, anybody that's watching in here at NFTCON, feel free to share any thoughts and any questions you might have for Elmer as well too. But definitely had some questions of my own as well too, seeing kind of how token gating communities are coming alive. I think that we're seeing just the early adoption and use cases of kind of using these PFPs as a social community and DAOs. Do you foresee kind of like in the world of like metaverses as well, like people being able to share, do cross collaboration, or even cross metaverses as well? We know that everybody's trying to do their own metaverse, but
right.
What do you think? What's your perspective on that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're big believers of making things interoperable. So as we see different parties build metaverses, and there's obviously already literally thousands of NFT collections out there. From our perspective, we think the future of Web3 is really going to be where everybody's compatible with each other, and the blockchain really enables that, right? So party A can easily read an NFT from the Ethereum blockchain or Solana, and vice versa, and make those compatible. And so that's some of that's sort of our vision of the future and what we're enabling campus to allow people to do, right? So you saw earlier, I was about to add an ape coin to my campus, but that could have easily been some other collection, right? Like Invisible Friends and Ape Coins collab, right? And so I think really enabling these collaborations is going to be key for the future, and not having siloed walls like we do today with Facebook and YouTube.
One question from Deluxe Glow is saying, can I add my own project to have it token gated or just approved ones?
So you could add your own project. What we're doing with the release is we're inviting projects, or we're approving projects, and we're doing a slow rollout. So if you guys are interested in taking it for a spin, feel free to get in touch. Once we launch publicly and open it up for anyone, they'll be able to launch any NFT or DAO project on it. What you saw today with me adding a token gate and that contract, as long as your project is running on Ethereum or the Solana blockchain, then you'll be able to add it. You don't need to be pre-approved. You don't have to follow a specific smart contract format. We're essentially making it compatible with every ERC20, every NFT on Solana, every NFT on Ethereum.
Awesome. Lucas asked, what's your GT? I guess assuming go to market, right? Go to market plan.
Yeah. Hey, Lucas, thanks for the question. So go to market, we've been trying to do things a little differently than most projects. I'm sure you guys are all familiar with projects, launching, selling millions of dollars of NFTs, and then putting out a 12 to 24 month roadmap. So for us, before we actually bring campus to the community, we've spent quite a bit of time and funding building this out. So we'll be going to market in about 2 weeks. Miami NFT Week. For anybody that's there, we'll be there in person. So that'll be in production, and it'll be available to some of the projects that we're inviting. And then public launch will probably be sometime closer to the summertime. But the software is ready to go. We want to do a controlled rollout as we get to market.
I have one other good question back from Deluxe as well too. Keep the good questions coming, Deluxe. He said, so can you have it where you can create a campus with 2 tokens needed? So you have to own like 2 different tokens, I should say. So he only wants Bored Apes and Clone X as the elite of the elites.
So that's the combination, right?
Combination.
We don't support that today. We do allow you to create Clone X and a Bored Ape, and we'll look for either one. But if you want to do like a combo, that's not something that's not a use case that we've seen, but it's certainly something that we'll look out for.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of an edge case at the current moment, unless Deluxe let us know kind of like what your thoughts on that. I don't foresee. I would say that it would be like even super segmented and too targeted, that it would be like only a few users that you would. I don't think it would hit that much unless you're doing some very like exclusive things there.
What we've seen a lot of people request is being able to control like the minimum, right? The minimum of what you must own in order to get access to some exclusive thing, whether it be a course or a live event or access to the founding team. So this is why we've added the ability for you to specify the minimum number of NFTs that they must own, or the minimum number of token or coins, if you will. Right? In the case of ApeCoin, it's obviously doing very well, but it's still like, you don't want to allow someone that owns 1 coin into your VIP club, if you will. So we have that. But yeah, we're looking forward to feedback from the community. And this is why, there's a lot of metaverse projects, education DAOs, and other NFT projects that are going to be launching on our platform very soon. And so we want to get that feedback from the community and sort of, at this point, now that we have a product in the market, be able to build in public with the feedback that we get.
Awesome. Yeah, it seems like he wants to do it for whales. So, okay. Okay. I can see the use case there. So just like as a follow-up too. So I guess in the future, it's just like not necessarily like two different collections, but I guess like there are different NFTs within like a single collection. Like Clone X has some of the sub things there too. So he's looking for like the most hardcore things. So yeah, I'd say like that could be like a future edge case and future feature to add in addition.
Absolutely.
Campus is still building like the initial token gate, but I definitely could see that makes a lot of sense, especially as a fellow Clone X guy. Yeah, if you're a true OG, you'll own all things.
Well, there might be. I mean, I think there will be some interesting use cases that pop up, right? I think like if you were to, let's say, have something super exclusive like what Gary Vee has, where you have like breakfast with the founders, right, or with the artists behind Clone X, you might want to limit that to only like a few whales, if you will, within the collection. And so we're definitely looking forward to continuing to build on what we have and allowing you to create all kinds of variations, if you will, to protect your content. I shall say, even though this is on the 2D and the 3D metaverse web today, we're also adding capabilities for you to do this in real world events. So whether it be at a restaurant or a private club that you're throwing, allowing you to verify that someone owns your token in order to get in is also part of the platform. And so again, if any of you guys are building or have projects where you're offering utility around exclusive events, concerts, and things like that, we're happy to leverage the software that we built to kind of help you enable that.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm just seeing anybody other. Feel free to send any other questions you guys might have. Feel free to chime in, reach out as well too. Let's see here. NFTs, DAOs.
One of the things that I didn't mention earlier, but beyond the token gating is really just the gateway, right? Think of it as your login page, right? Even though that's very powerful within Campus, the biggest value that we're bringing to the table is allowing you to instantly deploy a community, a store, an academy. The tooling around that and the infrastructure is ready to go. So it's not just about the token gate, but also like what happens after the user gets Campus, right?
Definitely. When is Campus getting live, or what's the stages of?
So we're targeting April 1st, so roughly in about a week or so. If you guys want to visit campus.town today, feel free to get in touch. Tell us about your project. As I mentioned earlier, we are going to have a slow rollout where it's going to be by invitation only. So feel free to tell us about the project you're working on, and we'd be happy to extend an invitation code for you guys to check it out and take it for a spin.
Awesome. Great use cases. All right, let's see here. Dave says, great use case for administer live events, token holding. Are there other use cases like that?
So 2 use cases around live or in real world activities. One is the concerts and live events. So we have, we're working with the management behind several of today's top artists to be able to offer, exclusive access to like the VIP area at a concert or maybe backstage access. So that's one use case that we think is going to be big in the future and where NFTs are really powerful. The other one is inside of average everyday restaurants, right? Whether it be at a Starbucks or a McDonald's, being able to reward token holders with discounts, free French fries, and things like that. That's also another common use case that we're seeing today.
All right, let's see here. Thanks for sharing that over, Dave. Yeah, I guess in terms of like DAOs, I guess are you looking to add like governance options as well too in the future, or is that something you guys going to look to integrate like governance? Let's say in the community they're trying to like vote on something or discuss proposals.
Yeah, for sure. So that's something that we're exploring. There's a lot of great DAO tools out there today, specifically for governance and voting and whatnot. And so we're exploring whether we should integrate with some of those or have it all in one platform. And so that's a TBD, Justin. We'll wait and see.
Nice. Yeah, the Deluxe Bow saying we need the Big Mac NFTs to get into McDonald's Club.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing a form of that, right? So for those of you that are already using or eating at McDonald's, they already have mobile apps and things that give people discounts. Same with Starbucks and whatnot. And so really, I think, NFTs as a rewards, customer appreciation mechanism, it could be really powerful in the future. And we want to be at the forefront of that.
Cool. Let's see. Yeah, I guess from the different NFT or NFT communities that you're seeing as well too, are you seeing this also too, that they are kind of adding other like marketing campaigns and activities around these gated community? Are they like making you to be able to like unlock discounts, token gating to do certain actions? I guess what are you kind of seeing as other possible use cases on that front besides just like clicking or accepting things?
Right. So, outside of the real world, right, on the digital end, we're seeing brands are starting to offer, early access to drops, right? Whether it be like the latest Yeezys collection or Nike doing, a limited Jordan release only to holders of an NFT. So we think that's going to be pretty interesting. And a lot of these drops are usually purchased online or in a mobile app. And so I think the NFT being a digital token, I think that's an obvious integration. And so we're seeing some of those brands use that today during our, limited alpha testing that we've been doing, but also in the future, right? A lot of people are going to follow the drop model, right? That Supreme and Adidas have been doing.
One other question, I guess. Are you going to integrate with Luna, Terra Luna?
Well, look, we're building the platform as we want to be blockchain agnostic, meaning that we will support any blockchain, any token that is really that has traction. And so, we've seen quite a bit of requests for Luna, and so that's something that we're certainly considering. We want it, next week when we open this up, it'll be Ethereum and Solana. Those will be live in production, and then there's a few other blockchains that will be in a private only test mode.
So stay tuned. Hopefully Tix comes on. Still a brand new platform as well, and Luna ticketing. Definitely, I'm a big Luna tick, so definitely looking forward to that as well too. All right, it looks like we're about to tail end here of our chat, but any last kind of like thoughts you want to share?
Thanks for having me, Justin. For those of you that are interested, feel free to get in touch. I'm Elmer M on Twitter and Instagram, and the campus website is at campus.town. So go ahead and connect with us, and we're excited to be in this space, bringing tools and utility to a lot of these projects out there today. So yeah, thanks again, everyone.
All right, awesome. Thanks again, Omer, and we'll actually see you in Austin, and I'm sure in LA as well too.
We'll be there. See you soon.
All right, see ya.
I'm a DJ boy, going to Decentral, minting NFT, farming DeFi use, being crypto poor but JPay rich. Hey, when Decentral front runs at our base, so wag me, Miami, wag me, so we going to pump it up. I'm a DJ boy, going to Decentral, minting NFT, farming DeFi yield, being crypto poor about JPay rich. When Decentral front runs our bezo, wag me, Miami, wag me, so we're gonna pump it up. And we would like to party with you guys, man. Shout out Island Boys. We out.
Diet dirt from Princessia. It smells like roses and it's wonderful. Sadly, it's addictive. I would highly suggest to avoid it unless you're trying to lose weight.
All right. Thank you, Elmer, for coming on and providing the alpha. Because, token gating assets is needed, especially within the crypto space. And, just to kind of get different types of material. So, if you're going into an event, you're going into a store, things like that. it also helps to actually authenticate. Like a lot of stores would look at kind of like their they're basically marketing campaigns and say, oh, this person bought this, bought that, and that. That's through memberships and rewards. But there's a whole list of possibilities out there. So we wanted to kind of take a quick break from everything and kind of go into a few performances. We're about to have Orbis up, but we just want to showcase some of his songs. For if you've seen them throughout the day, so Illa has been producing and creating all of these songs. We'll sing for ETH. And he's also a fellow Clone X as well. So we really want to showcase and support our Clone X community. And also he has some pretty dope content. So we're gonna be playing a few of his songs right before his AMA.
Processing complete. Loading sequence.
lifestyle is a centerfolds. Might be some alien in your DNA. Shoes off when you step in, please. Murakami flowers when I plant these seeds. We can go for hours, these meteor shower. Her aura speaks in symphonies. Angel in the skies, cause shorty bad. Supernovas when you get back. Whenever we blast, we get in the zone. Supernovas when I get back. Pink polo, no cap. You know where I be at. New floor with some space strip. Keep the artifact, pull off in my spaceship. Like, shawty wanna ride tonight. Tonight.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We are in an amazing fireside chat with my man here, Illa Orbis, fellow Clone X. Everybody know that I'm a big Clone X fan. Had to invite the other Clone X fam here too. And then also, you might have known earlier on day one, we had Ben and Genesis, or Magix, I should say, also too. So there's definitely a lot of Clone X love here at NFTCON. Also, you might have seen through like the videos, the music videos played throughout NFTCON, those sick videos. It's all from Illa Orbis. And today we have a little nice fireside chat about his background and a little bit learn more about what you're up to. But first, I want to say welcome to NFTCON.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to kind of just talk and have a chat with you.
Yeah, definitely. So, I've seen like all your work and what you've done too. I mean, I've seen you create music videos. They're all animated. You've done stuff with like commercials, different artists as well too, and even produce music. But you want to kind of give a quick intro about yourself and what you're up to. It seems like, you kind of putting a lot of different hats and you've just been a beast at it as well too.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to like 3D animation, I actually just picked that up this year. I've always been in love with anime and just animation in general. And time after time, I would always reach out to different animators and just like see if they'd be down to collab. And now that I actually picked up the skill, I can just cut that out and just do it all myself. So kind of just been trying to kind of materialize my kind of vision for the songs and kind of create these little concepts, whether there's metaphoric or just like a little story to it. But I'm a music producer, sound designer, artist based in Los Angeles. Been doing music for about 10 plus years now. I've been working with like different artists. Most recent artists I've been working with are Frank Have Mercy, Don Richard. And some previous clients for like music that I've done for commercials and ads and stuff. One of the biggest clients I've worked with was Karl Lagerfeld. I was able to do his 2017 fall winter campaign, which was crazy, like working with like an audio visual team on their end and kind of just going back and forth. But just kind of transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3 has been just all experimental and just it's been quite the journey.
Yeah, I guess, and that's what's really cool. We've seen with both like NFTs and also to the growing movement from Web 2 and Web 3. I guess, when did you kind of discover Web 3 crypto NFTs, and when did you first get into it?
Man, I would say 2017 is when I got into crypto. Crypto was kind of the gateway into NFTs. NFTs I've been involved in since I'll say July, August of last year.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I mean, coming from the crypto side, I was a little skeptical at first.
Same. It's like what these JPEGs are doing, right?
Yeah, you know, it's like, what's JPEGs, you know? But I was skeptical, and then kind of just seeing just the opportunities and just the communities and just seeing just like what was thriving in that ecosystem was just so kind of jarring and just like inclusive, and just it just kind of piqued my interest to like just see what's going on, you know. So I opened that door, walked right in, and I haven't left that since.
Yeah, and then also now you're starting to, like you said, get a little more creative now, and especially with like all the NFTs and stuff that even with Clone X has been giving everybody a lot of creative platforms, from the space pods, ton of creators out there, to upcoming meta fashion that's coming up as well,
right.
And stuff that you can even hang on the walls too. I mean, I definitely like I got some of your pieces as well from the music videos. Put it in the pods, collecting it.
Yeah.
Which is dope, like I was joking around. I don't even have like these pieces like in my house. My house is, my apartment's all empty compared to like what I spent decking out my pods.
Seriously. Yeah.
But it's super cool, and it's cool to see kind of how the NFTs and even just like the marketplaces is starting to create new opportunities and experiences for you or creatives in general to be able to experiment and try different things out. And
100%.
yeah, I guess like how's your like NFT experience been so far? Like, did you, when you first started to think about like wanting to mint NFTs? I mean, the first one I saw from you anyways was like the music videos that you created. But was it your initial idea to play around with that, or was it like looking at like trying to create more just static images, or some of the more like static PFPs and NFTs out there?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to think of ways to like kind of expand my creativity into all outlets, that have been provided to us. But I think just the fact that Clone X have been able to, provide this huge creative platform and kind of pave the way for people who maybe didn't have a way to, market themselves or, showcase their art or their artistry in previous platforms, like say Instagram or just like any other social media platform, right? I think us being able to have the IP to the clones and turn it into a brand and kind of just do what we want with it it's been like such a motivating, like it's been just very motivating to like try to figure out ways and to market yourself, I guess, as an artist, designer, fashion designer, videographer, just anything in the creative field. So I think everything's just been like real experimental. I mean, I'm still figuring it out as I go, but I think allowing people to have an in on your journey is like very, very important, especially in like this community and ecosystem where there's a lot of transparency and it feels like I know you or I know any other clone member. It's like we're all homies,
Yeah, all Clone X fam.
Yeah, it's all Clone X fam,
Awesome. Yeah, and I think that's like a follow-up question I wanted to ask you too. I know that you're experimenting. You got 2 different clones, and it's still a new topic that we as like the NFT and clone holders, or even other PFPs out there, right? Like there's the idea of getting like commercial rights, and people are still trying to play around with those different things. And I'd love to hear kind of your approach to that. I saw that are you having like 2 different clones have 2 different genres of music, and then just having different styles to it and personalities? Is your goal like what you're experimenting is just like have different different stories behind it, or a different personality and brand behind those clones as well too? Love to hear your thought process behind with the 2 different clones that you're working with.
Yeah, definitely. So like prior to NFTs and clones, I've been working with different artists, trying to market myself as a producer, and it's hard to kind of do that when you are very you kind of dip your toes into like every genre. You know, I love electronic music. I love R&B, hip hop, rap. You know, but it's kind of like you feel boxed in when you try to present yourself in like Web 2 and like, you know, trying to have a rollout for a project and stuff like that. Now with the clones, like now I got a robot clone. She's digital, you know, she's a beauty. I love her so much. And now like what I'm trying to do with her is like showcase the electronic side of my sound and kind of push that narrative where it's like, here's the digital, electronic, more futuristic version of my sound. Whereas the demon clone, he's more of an organic, very, very spacey. You know, I like to say he's an intergalactic, you know, demon. And kind of still have, you know, tie in that electronic side, but still very much like my sound, you know. But I think just being able to have two personalities without having to mesh the two and just kind of showcase them in their own world is like super, super important for me. Yeah, my man, that's my man right there.
Yeah, I want to showcase both just to get visuals for everybody to see. You got the demon clone, super sick.
Galactic demon.
Yeah, and then we got robot clone. Do you have names for each of them too, or just like right now you're still figuring that out?
Still figuring it out.
Yeah.
Right now I'm just kind of going with their you know, I like to say their DNA, their, you know, their numbers, but yeah, I think they both have like an aesthetic and their own vibe and personalities to them. So I was very careful with like, at least for the robot girl, because I didn't mint her. I actually picked her up. The clone I minted and revealed it, and I felt like it's right. As soon as I saw him, I was like, oh shit, like this is exactly like the vibe.
Nice. And yeah, it seems like you also just created 2 different videos for each of the personalities.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a new one. Just I didn't see this one yet.
Oh,
I need to catch up. Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. This is from the Monolith Quest. Dope. And then also too, you created a 1-on-1, right? Another video that I saw somebody else picked up as well too. I think Clone picked that up.
Yeah. That's actually the prelude to the upcoming NFT collection that I'm going to be putting out.
Oh, nice. Yeah, we'll talk about that. What's the NFT collection that you're putting together?
Yeah, so it's very experimental. I'm pretty much merging the 2 worlds together, the robot, and which is the electronic side of me, and the demon clone, which is the more hip hop, rap, organic side, and pretty much creating this audio-visual project based around our energy. I'll just keep it at that. I don't want to explain too much.
All right, yeah.
but you know, we are just balls of energy, just, you know, kind of roaming around this earth, this plane, and I just wanted to tap into each point of energy that we have in us, and kind of create a soundtrack for that, using the electronic and organic kind of sounds and textures, and try to put all that together. Yeah.
Awesome. So we'll definitely have to keep up with you on your future drop with that as well. So definitely follow Orbis on Twitter too. Hit that notification as well too. I know I have. You know, that's why it's like I can't miss picking up one of the videos. So you got notification squad going on.
Right.
It's always dope seeing all that stuff too. I guess outside of Clone X, I guess, are you collecting anything else? Anything that's been catching your eye from within the community, other NFTs, or even other artists that you've been kind of keeping track of as well too?
Man, honestly, I've been so like just in deep in the Clone X.
Same.
Listen, bro, like I'm spending most of my money on like pod skins and like you know, like just things that the Clone X community has been like releasing. Today I just bought those Pepe slides that
I saw that.
You saw those, yeah. You know, I had to grab those. I think just showing support for the community is just like kind of my MO right now. As far as other projects, I guess if the monolith counts as another project,
I think it is. They already said it's going to be a whole other system, and
yeah.
people keep saying, "Oh yeah, Justin, you need to diversify," and I was like, "Yeah, I diversify. I got pods, I got pods, I got codexes, I got some Stapleverse, we got some Genesis, and like we're full stack diversified in the artifact system."
Yeah.
As well, because we've already seen what's going on with apes and everything too. But clones are just like what 3 months, barely 3 months old, 3-4 months old as well too.
Honestly,
So
it's beautiful
early.
seeing. It's beautiful seeing what's going on with Yuga Labs and just everything that's happening in their ecosystem. Like it's inspiring, and it's like okay, like it's kind of opening up my mind to the possibilities of what could happen with our community and like how different communities can merge. And honestly, I feel like the future does mean like everything's going to be interconnected some way. But
yeah. And also too, it's like I think we're going into a direction where the Artifact and CloneX and the whole team they come up with ideas, but they're giving you kind of a base template to then really create around, which what you're doing as well. And do you foresee like once things start getting to like the fashion stuff as well too, that you're going to mess around with some of those 3D, you're messing with some 3D modeling already too?
Yeah, man. I actually haven't even really tapped into the 3D modeling as much as I have with the animation.
Oh, okay, got it.
Animating is like a whole different thing from like sculpting, but
yeah,
I'm definitely going to be tapping into that. I got some ideas, man. I don't want to like
don't
leak out the
let's
ideas.
get some alpha from you, but we'll get to do another follow-up video. That's really cool though. Because this there's gonna be furniture, fashion, all this other cool stuff, and I can't wait to see like what the the pod creators have done, and other things too, like like the videos and music and other art pieces that you're creating for that as well. And also future collaborations too.
Exactly.
With everything else. And then also too, I know that you're like deep into like crypto before you got into NFTs as well too. Have you kind of looked into like anything in like the DeFi side or DAOs or anything like that kind of stand out to you? And do you see like that playing a role with from your side as well? From like, and also some artists are creating their own DAOs as well too, some other collectives as well. I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah. As far as like the DeFi and just like the crypto projects, my main bag is Luxo. I've been following them for like over a year now, and it's been it's pretty interesting what they got going on. They actually just started their testnet. So Luxo, I'm a fan of Aave, Harmony. I honestly like I actually was like so deep in crypto, but when clones came out, like I literally sold all my crypto to get that second buy. So I was
almost the same thing here. I shifted and
I mean, I sold at a crazy loss, because like crypto is in bear at the moment, and I actually took a huge L, but the clones actually brought that right back up tenfold. So I'm not even mad about that. But I'm still very, interested in kind of dipping my toes into like what's going on in the crypto side. But I'm heavily invested in crypto NFTs right now. I mean, with the artists and the DAOs that they're creating, man, I love it. I love seeing artists kind of create their communities and having that one-to-one interaction, in real time. And it's kind of making this like, I don't know, it's just changing the way artists interact with fans and, just people in general, haven't decided about, I don't think I'm gonna be doing a Discord anytime soon. I think I just want to create this community and just share my art with the world for now until I kind of get things a little bit more in stone. I think I know what vibe and aesthetic I got going on. I've been doing that prior to clones and prior to crypto, but I think everything's kind of just going to become like full circle once things kind of just like sync up.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I think that's exactly what we need is just bringing, your Web 2 talents and what you've done in the real world of music, arts, and creatives and stuff, and then applying that and leveling up what's been going on in space. So we're going beyond just like the static JPEGs and
Yeah,
some of
exactly.
the other things out there, right? Like it's super cool what you're doing and how you're kind of like leveling up the field and contributing it to the community too. And it's exactly what you said. I think that what the Web3 thinking is it's kind of a collaborative interaction and growth together where we're all potentially, not potentially, we are all winning together.
No, we are.
Yeah, we're all gonna make it together. Seriously.
Yeah, no,
And that's kind of like what we're all about and what we're up to. So awesome. Yeah, I think we're hitting kind of like near the end of the talk here, but yeah, it's been super cool kind of hearing your story too. We'll definitely catch up. We'll have to get you back on again once you get closer to launching more further projects, and we'll always be on the lookout. What's the best for people to keep up with you? Twitter, check out your OpenSea, kind of like where's the best way to people get in touch and subscribe to you?
Man, I used to say, yeah, follow me on Instagram, but I kind of left that alone. I'm more on Twitter and OpenSea now.
Crypto Twitter, yeah.
Twitter, OpenSea, Illa Orbis. You can just look that up, ILAORBIS. On Instagram, if you do want to follow me there, it's From the Cosmos. I keep everything synced up, or at least try to my best ability. But yeah, that's me.
Yep. Give him a follow.
Intergalactic Demon.
Yep. Awesome, man. Well, thanks again, Illa, and we'll definitely have to do another follow-up and catch up with you again soon. And thanks again for hopping on NFTCon.
Thank you, man. Appreciate the opportunity, bro. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Take care. Peace.
All right, thanks, Illa. Yeah, so if you guys want to follow him, go onto Twitter at Illa Orbis to be able to look to kind of see his progression. He's been releasing a lot of great stuff. We want to switch gears over to kind of like our next topic as well. So I'm gonna go ahead and invite up Magnus Jones. Hey, Magnus.
Hey, Michael.
Hey. Yeah, so we wanted to kind of talk a little bit about today's a little bit more on the tax side. So it's like, so the topic's going to be: do we need to pay tax on NFTs and also NFT tax complications as well? We've seen a lot of artists are now getting into the space, a lot of producers, and people are just wondering, it's like, oh, do I actually have to pay tax on this, and how do I do it in the legal way? But before we dive into it, could you give us a little bit of like what you do and what you do in the space?
Sure. I am the Nordic Blockchain and Innovation Lead at EY, Ernst & Young. I'm based in Oslo in Norway, but we work with clients all over the world. So everything from US to Asia to all parts of the world. So I started within the space in late 2015 when I established the Norwegian blockchain department of EY. And we've grown that now to, we are close to 30 people who works on this on a daily basis. So it's A to Z within this landscape, everything from tax legal advice to we have a fraud forensic team, we have sustainability teams, we have audit, accounting, bookkeeping, and also working close together with our global development team where we have more than 300 core blockchain developers and also 14 core blockchain hubs. So we assist everything from small startups to public listed entities and also aim to stay ahead of the curve, sort of saying, being having a DeFi group in place for more than 4 years now. We have also had a NFT group in place, also working close together with governments, of course, relevant stakeholders there. So I'm also an advisor, for example, to the United Nations crypto group on counterterrorism, etc. So we always aim to sort of stay a bit ahead and create rather and shape the landscape from that part. So it's everything I would say within this sphere.
Yeah, and kind of like what have you seen recently that, you know, a lot of have you seen more of like businesses come into play, or is it more of like just regular individuals?
No, it's definitely a combination of it all. We see, of course, more and more people who is creating everything from NFT platforms to NFT artists, either on sort of the 1.0 version or 0.1, all depending on where you believe sort of the NFTs are right now, but also people who is moving in further in the metaverse mindset and thinking about sort of the tokenomics parts of this one as well. So I would say it's a good spread of everything to 1, 2, 3 man, woman companies or projects, i.e. we also assist DAOs, for example, towards more, well-known companies such as Adidas, Louis Vuitton, etc., who is also, of course, looking into this one. So it's a good spread, I would say.
It's kind of like the whole industry is kind of like, it's a little bit of mixture of everything. I like that you mentioned DAOs. Now, what was it? A16Z released out like kind of like a framework of like what DAOs are going to be. There's some that are considered non-profit, some that are considered, you know, for profit. Now, how do you see DAOs coming into play in terms of like taxation?
That's a very good and relevant question. And I would say that I think where we are right now, there's no government who has an overview of this one at all. I've been traveling all over the world for many years, assisting governments, and I have not met any government in any jurisdiction that have more than a handful of people that has knowledge about crypto in general. Then I mean buy, hold, sell mechanisms of crypto. So if you ask about DeFi or the NFT landscape, and different token standards, etc., they're totally lost. And you can't blame them because it's even for you and me, it's hard to follow everything that moves around there. So I would say what I clearly see and also partially fear is that we have guidance from FATF, the Financial Action Task Force out there, who came just before Christmas on some guidance. And we have already seen, for example, Estonia implementing those guidance. And it means that if you are to create a decentralized protocol, you need to have a KYC on all your clients there, not only on the onboarding, but everyone who is using the platform. And as you and me know, if you're looking for the current market, that could be a slightly challenge to make that product grow. So I foresee that these type of guidance could, call it blindly, be implemented by different governments because they don't have an overview of this themselves. And it's rather better for them to then just trust FATF as a good old trusted friend in terms of financial advice in general and implement it. So it's kind of ironic also towards the part that we see in Europe now with the MiCA, the Markets and Crypto Assets proposal for a regulation, where they originally had a sentence in saying that if you are to issue crypto assets or create them, you need to be a legal entity. They removed that one because they didn't want to interfere with one of their 3 pillars. One is, of course, protect all the stupid consumers and also the professional investors, ensure financial stability in the current markets, but also drive innovation because they clearly say, no, we cannot then restrict it because we want this kind of innovation in Europe. So what FATF is doing here is the clearly opposite thing and restricting innovation, you can think about it as, yeah, of course, they have good intentions, but they clearly don't understand the mechanisms of DeFi or how NFT works in this space in terms of classifications, etc. So that's where I clearly see sort of most of these noise coming up. And also, of course, when talking about this one, I clearly see that from the US side or from the largest NFT exchanges. Of course, there's no logic if you think about it and to put on a government hat on your head and saying, why should ordinary crypto exchanges have an obligation to have AML and KYC measures in place while an NFT exchange shouldn't have it? So I personally foresee that will come either within 2022 or soon after in 2023. And then I think we will see a shift in the market that many actors within this sphere will move into more DEXs of NFTs, while the market will grow. So I think you have to take into consideration that it could be some noise for some years if you take in and say, well, how large is the crypto market today? 300 million plus 400, something like that on a worldwide basis. And a cautious prediction analysis says that within 3 to 4 years, we will be 1 billion people. So if the market is to more than double in such a short time, I think we will see a shift in the market also, that maybe the traditional financial investors who really want to go into this one also can move then better into our AML KYC based world. But I think it's also down to how you implement the KYC and AML there, and that's a talk we could spend all day on sort of saying, but it's definitely a relevant question. So I just came back from a workshop actually last week together with the business entity registered in Norway, where we are talking and considering whether or not Norway should do as Wyoming and make sort of possibility to register a DAO in Norway as a legal entity. So it's definitely on the agenda of the government.
Yeah, oh yeah. If you're going by the Wyoming framework, like having it separated over, because like a lot of DAOs right now and kind of like I would say like newer companies and newer projects are still it's a very gray zone, you know. So for like the average person, if they're looking to kind of create a company, start a company, or even just make their own artwork as NFTs, like what should they look at, or what, like I would say, like what should they keep in mind whenever starting, just so that they have their bases covered?
Yeah, well, I think you should take as an initial thought and a first step, always have in mind that if there's a gain, there's a tax. Sort of saying that's sort of the basic rules from governments, regardless of which jurisdiction you are in. And I think many people forget that when you are sort of, call it, playing around with it, doing R&D or sending tokens back and forth, you may be considering it as small amount, insignificant, or what it might be. And that might be correct in some way. But if you meet a case handler who is a bit skeptic towards crypto or directly negative, that person will say, do you have an overview of all these transactions? Have you paid a tax, reported it, etc.? So what we clearly see is that some of these persons who has been into this market since many years back, they might have many transactions, and it couldn't be maybe before this year that they receive the control of their accounts. Then we need to correct all the numbers back in time. And if you are to do that voluntarily, you have to correct everything, even the smallest amount. And of course, it's hard to figure out whether or not you send something back and forth to the wallet of your co-developer or a friend or whatever, and figure that one out. But that is what the governments require. So I would say, have in mind to keep a track of everything that you do. Document everything you can, because if you receive a control of your accounts, it's no fun to have people like us or someone else to be able to then have to spend months on assisting you in terms of getting the compliance correctly. So document everything you do, and also remember then that in most jurisdictions, if you go from one wallet that you control to another wallet that you don't control, i.e. also a smart contract de facto. So for example, if you are lending out your NFT to a person, or you are using it as a collateral in some kind of DeFi solution, that could be, it varies from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but it could be, in most cases, governments are considering that one as a liquidation. Hence, you are supposed then to say, well, if you acquire the NFT for 100, you staked it or locked it up in some kind of way for 1,000, then you should pay taxes on 900.
Mm-hmm.
So when you pay back or you pay back the loan and get it back, then it could have a higher value, and then you have a new input value of what is the basis of it. So that's also what many people tend to forget there. But on the other side, talking about if you are to create a project, what many tend to forget is that when you are listing something, all depending on you do it from your own site or if you're using Artblocks, OpenSea or whatnot, then you have some fees, either gas fees or listing fees, escrow fees, minting fees, etc. In most jurisdictions, that is also deductible. So remember to get that withdrawn from the sort of taxable amount as well. So that's some of the initial steps, but I would also like to add in that context, not necessarily core from the tax side, but rather from also building the infrastructure and the ecosystem here. What we clearly see that lots of people are doing errors on, that is that they claim that this project is about ABC on their website, on their Discord. It's different interpretations because they want to satisfy the community. Then they have a Medium article that says something else, which they have written themselves. Then you have another Medium article that says slightly something different that someone else is paid to do. And then you have the smart contract, what is actually written in the smart contract compared to what is written also in the terms and conditions, either the terms and conditions of the website, i.e. the platform that you're selling from, or from yourself. So this is what tax authorities will look into if they need to look into and classify what is this creature. Is it a financial instrument maybe, or what kind of attributes is it? So I think it's very important to have a joint line there, that you keep your definitions at the same places in all of these places where you distribute your project, because we see absolutely all projects that come to us has different interpretations there, and they don't think about it, but governments clearly think about it. And we also are very cautious about what kind of wording you use, because you might use some wording where you don't have the intention to sort of give the impression that this is a financial instrument, but by writing it, you are de facto listing it as a financial instrument, and thereby you could be liable to issue a prospectus from the financial authority, and they can instantly shut down your project even though you don't have that intention. So it's very important to understand the impacts of it. So I'm not here to sort of sell my services, I'm here to share, but I would say be in contact with someone who can just verify easily high level of 10 minutes, easy, just high level review of it. That could make things much easier going forward compared to just thinking that you're doing the right thing here. So there's lots of things, as you can see here. There's not one thing. So it's not that straightforward as many think, unfortunately.
Yeah, like a few of my friends, when their tax season was coming up, and they're like, they had their wallet with like 20,000 transactions, because like their CPA was like, dude, what the hell? Like, can you label all these? They're like, yeah, we did. This is what I did. I loaned this. I flash loaned this. They're like, wait, what's a flash loan? So they started looking into it more, and we had to kind of break it down. Help him break it down. To kind of like different transactions and everything, and especially for like NFT artists as well, or like NFT companies that are, or even individuals that are getting into the space. Some of them know that, hey, look, I can go into OpenSea, but some of them might not know like that gas fee that's just for that minting portion could be tax deductible. And then also another thing is that whenever people are buying their NFTs, they have royalties that are associated with it. So sometimes they receive that royalties back to their wallet. So that's considered kind of like income, because it's profitable from the secondary transactions. Now, yeah, the DeFi side is just another beast. It's DeFi side's a whole nother beast. But in terms of kind of like we actually have a question. So it's like from Pinatic. It's like, where can you find taxes applicable for our respective jurisdictions?
That depends from jurisdictions to jurisdiction, what different governments has issued. Norwegian governments were the first one in the world to issue a guidance on how to tax DeFi protocols. We assisted them on that guidance. They last week issued the world's first guidance on how to tax your NFTs, which we also assisted on. So they have some, it's not an extensive guidance, but there's at least some pointers in direction towards it. But I would say the majority of governments have some kind of indications toward basic cryptos, i.e., as mentioned, buy, hold, sell of some kind of Bitcoin or altcoins. But further than that, as you said, whether or not you are in a staking pool or if you're doing more creative combinations of it, they have no clue. So I would recommend that, I'm not sure which jurisdiction this person is in, but I would just recommend to take contact with the tax authorities. And I would then also recommend to not just call up an average case handler and say, hey, I have some cryptos and NFTs, can you help me? And that person will say, yeah, I'm not quite sure. And you'll say, oh, they have no clue, we can just continue. I would urge and stress that you should then request to speak to someone who has competence within the tax authorities. And that might be just 1, 2, 3 persons. But if you just meet the average case handler, we see it all the time. You can't blame the case handler in the same way that if you're doing a derivative or a financial instrument in some kind of way in the ordinary fiat world and they call up the tax authorities, you don't get an answer towards that one. So you cannot expect the tax authorities to have an overview of 18, 19,000 shitcoins and even more different versions of different NFTs. But just ask to be set in contact with someone who has knowledge about it, and then you will presumably receive the answers. So, and also in this landscape, don't trust sort of Google for what you find out there blindly, because it's very fast changing landscape, and legislation can be updated, sort of saying also more or less overnight. So don't trust all sort of some of the basic is the things you could do, but if you're looking into specific areas within the NFT, don't trust blindly what you see out there. Have it confirmed with the authorities.
We're also seeing that the kind of like the new standard that's coming up is ERC 1155s, where they can mint 721s and NFTs and also ERC 20s. So
yeah, or 998 or 875 when you're doing batching or whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So we're starting to see that happen, and a lot of companies are kind of starting to go that route into like dynamic type of NFTs. So like, what are your thoughts on kind of like how that structure, like for them, like word of advice for them to, whenever it's not dealing with no longer just like one single asset, now it's doing with a multiple asset on a single router. And also if there's a DeFi play in there, then like how would they kind of
No, I think it's down to the boring thing that tax authorities almost always say in also the ordinary world, sort of saying, and that's that every case needs to be handled on a separate individual matter. And so is the case for NFTs, because as you say, we have lots of different token standards also. So it's all down to what kind of attributes you put into it. So there you have to look into it case by case, also depending on which jurisdiction you are in and listing this from, also depending on where you're issuing it, because if you're issuing this one as a DAO structure, for example, you could end up that the governments could take into consideration that governance token holders, for example, could be considered as a member of the DAO, i.e. someone who has a responsibility towards the DAO. And thereby you could be obliged and be liable for the tax purposes. So maybe you have people from all over the world joining the DAO. You have no clue, but you, as the issuer of the project, is the one that the governments will point at this time. Of course, they will jump the fence where it is the lowest. And thereby, you could be obliged to report all of these persons' tax forms in your jurisdiction, and that's not something you would like to, and at least not be liable for their tax either. So it's very important to understand there what you can do in terms of what you're actually issuing, what you can write in terms of a disclaimer, and as mentioned, all the parts of what you are doing as a communication on this one. So but of course, if you're looking into several different versions, you just have to you need to go down and classify them. What is it? What is the attributes? And then I would say it's fairly easy to figure out how they are to be taxed. But it's down to also how the structure is, because what we see is not only that we have DAOs out there, but we have also DAO groups or pre-sale groups or whatever that is purchasing an NFT on behalf of lots of other persons, either just your friends or larger communities where you have no clue who they are. And there you, as the wallet holder, can be held responsible also. So have that in consideration, that there's no fun explaining to the authorities, well, your wallet, i.e. which we have a control on now, has been used to distribute some income to 90 parties. What is this? Is this some kind of washing? What is this one? So that's what we clearly see from practice of assisting people who has just done this on good purpose, either acquiring it from your friend, your brother, your mom, whatsoever. But then again, it gives you lots of tax implications, which the authorities will need to look into further. So back again, document everything that you do in a Word or Excel spreadsheet or whatever, just easy small sentences, because then it's much better to provide that data to the authorities rather than having nothing. And also for your own sake, because you cannot remember exactly what you did 2 years ago or even 1 year ago within this landscape if you are a bit active.
Yeah, and also, so we're about to hit the tail end of it, and we kind of I want to wrap up with one more question. So if you kind of seen the recent Bored Apes and also Clone X, basically airdrops to their community, certain items. Same for the ape community, they airdropped the ape token. Now, what would be kind of like a word of advice for the ones that receive those airdrops?
I would say consider them at the fair value. Because many say, oh, I got a airdrop, I didn't even know it, hence I value it at 0. But remember that you also have to pay, in some jurisdictions, a wealth tax per the 31st of December. So, or in any way, you need to sort of classify them as what is the input value that you receive them at, if you are to sell them at a later point, because you need to figure out whether it's a capital gain or a loss that should be calculated on them. So you have to take sort of the flush test in terms of, if the authorities meet up and they ask you what price have you considered, will you flush or not? And that's have you made it as a fair value? And then we see lots of people are rather considering them as 0, but it could be difficult also because it's one of a kind. What's the price? You have to sort of take an average or something, or at least do your best to take a qualified sort of your own verification on it. So, but I would also like to say that lots of people are also playing around with NFTs. So for example, if I swap camera now, and let's see here, I get the ETH crown on my head, if you can see this. Nice ETH crown. It's made by a company called Jewels. And this is an NFT that I'm wearing on my head. And people are buying these stuff and just sending them to a friend or to others or whatever. And then they forget it goes from one wallet to another, and you don't register necessarily the input value when you buy this. I bought this for 0.2 ETH. And these are sort of the play around community that don't have the mindset that this is actually a taxable event that I'm having on my head. Like it or not, it's an NFT. So that could also raise in value in terms of that. Yes, I bought it for 0.2 ETH, but maybe it was 5 of them, and now it's only 2 left. And if the community grows, maybe that's worth 4 ETH, and then that's the value you have to report it. So it's easy if you have something to compare it towards, but if not, try to do your best, find similarities as in the ordinary world, and then you will sort of be on sort of more the safe side compared to where you are today. And I would also like to stress that from our experience, that most governments, they are positive towards it. If you talk to the core crypto task force group, they understand the complications of it. They understand it's something new, and they just want you to do something here. So even if you have not done exactly the correct thing, at least try to do something, and always make comments in your tax return as well. Because if you have made a comment, they cannot normally, in most jurisdictions, go back and give you an additional fine on this one. So hence, if you have not said anything, then they can give you 40, 50, 60% additional tax on it if they carry out the control. So have that in mind also, that always report and document as much as you can within this field.
Well, thank you for having you on today, Magnus. Thank you so much for providing the insights to the audience. A few of them were like, "Holy crap! Like I need to get on this now."
And we could continue for a couple of more hours. There's so much within this landscape that is going on in terms of VAT, in terms of sales taxes also, and even PUAP tokens, the proof of attendance tokens, like we at EY have. We are issuing these ones. Maybe we don't have a use case for them right now, zero value, but what if we use them as access keys within metaverse? If we would move into metaverse, maybe they get a value there. So even the things that appears to have zero value, you need to continuously have an overview and a fair value mindset towards what you're actually executing and having there.
Thank you, Magnus. And yeah, one quick last one. Where will they be able to find you if they want to contact you?
Yeah, you more than happy to reach out to me on LinkedIn, for example. That's where I'm currently most active as a boring old corporate player, sort of saying, restricted a bit about where we can be. I'm also on Discord as well, so you can reach out to me there or on Telegram or on WhatsApp. So I'm actually on all of this, but I do most posting on LinkedIn where actually EY allows me to do it, but I'm also active in different sort of core communities there also. So yeah, feel free to reach out. You find all the links on LinkedIn.
All right. Thanks, Magnus.
Thanks for the invite, guys, and also for a great summit. I really enjoyed both yesterday and also today, and really looking forward for tomorrow as well.
Thank you. All right. And yeah, so that previous clip that you just saw is going to be for our Decentral conference in Austin. So it's going to be a 2-day event on June 7th and 8th. And if you guys are interested in attending the event, we're going to be having a lot of different types of speakers there. We're going to be covering tracks from NFTs, gaming, metaverses, DAOs as well. How Justin said earlier, there's going to be debates about kind of like the governance issues. We all see kind of like token holders, and now we're looking at the stakeholders and validators as well. So there's going to be a lot of interesting talks. And of course, with that as well, it's like for all of our Decentral events, we make it as fun as possible. We believe that, if you go to a suit and tie type of conference, yes, you'll get business connections, but it's going to be really boring. Like, we want to have you have an experience that you can enjoy and remember. Because I think that's the best way to kind of build the community together is when everyone grows together and laughs together and just hangs out. So yeah, we're going to be switching on to our next chat, which is going to be a fireside with James Ho from Animoca Ventures to kind of give you a little bit more insight on what they're doing as well.
Hey, welcome back, everybody, for this another amazing fireside chat here with James Ho, who leads Animoca Ventures. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Leading Animoca Ventures as well. And today's topic throughout NFTCON, we've been covering a lot of things from NFTs, metaverses, but you wouldn't be able to actually even talk about metaverses, gaming, and whatnot without mentioning Animoca. Animoca is almost in between all the cool, amazing projects out there. You saw things from like ApeCoin to Sandbox and many other amazing partnerships and cool projects, which we'll have James talk a little bit more about that. But I want to say welcome, James, to NFTCon.
Thank you, Justin.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I guess if you want to do like a quick short intro about you and what you do at Animoca, just to get everybody like fully caught up and I guess also too like a short little intro about Animoca for those that are brand new to NFTs.
Sure. Okay. So Animoca was one of the early companies in the free-to-play space. It's actually a decade-old company. I'd say the first chapter of Animoca really was free-to-play and bringing licenses, IP partners onto the free-to-play arena. And its sort of first foray into Web3 was in 2017. We had a chance to invest in the team behind Dapper Labs, and we published CryptoKitties for Asia Pacific. So that really was our sort of first onboarding onto Web3. We since have made a really big shift to focus on Web3, have investments including OpenSea, Sandbox, Axie Infinity, YGG, etc. So I've joined the company in 2018 and had the pleasure of really experiencing the whole sort of wild ride in terms of what Web3 and GameFi. And really first started off in business strategy, evolved into partnerships and ecosystem development, and now spearhead the Animoca Ventures, which really focuses on the metaverse investments.
So you're on your Animoca Ventures side, you're focusing specifically on metaverses only, or I guess did you cover kind of like the gaming side and I guess new things like NFTs and PFPs as well?
Sure. So when I say metaverse, we have a broad spectrum of focuses. Metaverse Fund really focuses on anything that hinders and touches the metaverse. So this covers everything from gaming, NFT, socialfi as we call it, tools, infrastructure, example, digital identity, security, wallet integration, and some emerging technologies we're seeing that are affecting and sort of impacting the metaverse experiences.
And from your guys' I guess from all the deals and projects you're looking at, are you guys looking at from metaverses ranging from anything from the VR, AR, all the way up to like just even like video game, digital, mobile worlds as well too? I guess for many that are looking into like metaverse, I guess how's your guys' definition been for that? Or are you guys looking at all the different mediums when it comes to like investing and working with the different metaverse brands out there?
It's a good question. So for us, obviously, we had our first sort of, for those that don't know, we were early sort of investors into Sandbox. And we're actually the largest shareholder of Sandbox and work very closely with the Sandbox team, Arthur and Sebastian. So kudos to the team for the growth and expansion. From a company's perspective, we always wanted to build open, didn't want to fall prey to building closed. So we also have invested in a handful of metaverses. So to date now, we have close to 25 different metaverse investments. And part of the thesis for us to invest in different metaverses is one, because we're content owners and IP aggregators, we have the ability to facilitate different experiences. And we do believe that there are going to be more than a handful of strong metaverses. And each and every one that we invested in are building quite differently, or bringing different emerging technologies into play. As you mentioned, VR, AR, mixed reality. So we do believe that this is going to be a platform for different sort of distribution. So we're sort of engaging and supporting the ones that we've invested in.
Awesome. And from the metaverses, I guess when you're mentioning like all the different metaverses out there, I think Sandbox is probably like the best example of like a lot of the collaborations. Is that a lot of what the Animoca also helps in kind of like what you're doing behind the scenes too, is just kind of forging those partnerships and projects across the different metaverses as well too? Because I guess like that's what we're seeing is that there's like Artifact and Clone X's are just now jumping into Sandbox, and then there's like ApeCoin seems like this is going to have the whole ecosystem built around that as well too. Is it the idea that you guys are kind of like combining or looking at different ways to kind of fuse the different metaverses, or let people jump between all those experiences as well?
I think we take a hand in shaping and helping different parties build different sort of partnerships and experiences. Obviously, the Sandbox team has grown quite large now. I believe they have over 300 people on the team. So they themselves are masters at certain terms of building partnerships and relationships, both from individual company level as well as a group level, that we also facilitate different sort of discussions and sort of collaboration. For us in the newer, we still think that metaverses is still several years out in terms of hyper growth and acceleration. So, you know, there are several key ones that we work very closely with, including High Street, Cryptoverse, Wilder World. A lot of them are building quite differently. So where we sort of have ability to facilitate collaboration, we introduce, connect, or ideate together.
And I saw with the Animoca Ventures side, you guys are kind of expanding out and building kind of, I guess these, you started out first with the Brink Accelerator. Was that like a few years ago as the first one that focused on play to earn games? But you guys are creating kind of new other accelerators now, or new other sub accelerators through the Animoca Ventures? So
just to step back, we're one of the investors of Brink. Brink.io is one of the leading sort of accelerators. So we've worked with them for several years, and it made sense for us to collaborate in a more deeper level. So we made an investment into their last round. Late last year, we actually kicked off our first Web3 accelerator called Launchpad Luna, and basically kicked off a series of, we received close to 200 submissions for this first inaugural kickoff. and have just sort of finalized on demo day last week, actually, for the first 30 sort of applicants that they presented. This has proven to be a very strong opportunity for us to incubate very strong talents to come into Web3. We've since then worked on several other key sort of accelerators, including the Sandbox Accelerator, which has a $50 million fund for people building on the Sandbox. This achieved a lot of noise because the first 2 weeks they received over 600 applications to build on the Sandbox. And we will be kicking off a guild model accelerator in conjunction with the Brink as well too. So stay tuned for the Brink site. Definitely a lot of exciting things to spearhead the new sort of founders in this space.
And for the accelerator, it's the same thing. You're looking for projects. Are they like super early, brand new projects, or even up to like existing projects that are trying to get into Web3? I guess, what is the kind of profiles of people with the Animoca and Brink accelerator? I guess for like the Luna Launchpad accelerator, for those that are like kind of like projects that are listening right now.
So we're quite take a look at each and every one have different requirements and specifications. I think for the Launchpad Luna, which I was very heavily involved, I can say a majority of the company came in had solid business foundation and some traction already that may not have an understanding on deep tokenomics or NFT strategy or how to integrate into the Web3 market. So each and every one are quite different. Some are very early stage. So we welcome people that have a deep sort of passion for what they're building. And we hope to sort of onboard them, to educate them and share with them the sort of ideation and connect them to different partners. So definitely each one have different series of phases. Some might come more mature that have built a very strong business to begin with and entering into Web3. So we've seen a variety that have also been accepted in the program.
And when you guys are kind of like looking for you guys in investments for NFT projects, clearly you guys have like a global reach now that you guys are looking at each of the different zones. Are you guys looking at like each different investing at projects in different places like, you know, Southeast Asia gaming and NFTs, and then Western gaming, Korea, Japan, etc. as well? How are you guys approaching it from each different ecosystem, or you know, or you're not targeting like a specific area at a single time?
So we're definitely agnostic in terms of opportunities that come. We look at projects on the merit of what they build independently of where they're from. So we don't have any sort of targeted budgeting for being in a certain region, but more on the build itself. And I have to sort of emphasize that we're very different than a typical VC in the sense that we don't look at it from a speculative investment in terms of just profit and gains, profit and losses, but more on how does our ecosystem fit into their technology, and what does this technology bring to our ecosystem? Because that brings a very different level of partnership and collaboration and sort of growth within our ecosystem. So if you're building a technology that we see that could potentially be a game changer in the next 3 years, and it will help 10 or 20 of our companies, we'll make an investment on the founder to build this sort of technology, and we sort of connect them to the teams. So that's one of the sort of key sort of ingredients that we look for, is companies that have merit for us to even commercially integrate and use.
Yeah, which is great. We're really different than the typical startup or tech VCs that we've seen, and others too, where they just don't get Web3. They're looking at trying to like get the quick exit or like quick leaving without thinking about the whole picture and stuff. So that's really cool to actually hear from that from your guys' side as well, and Animoca, of figuring out how, like, you know, there's especially for like brand new early on ideas, like they are still trying to solve it out, and but if you guys can see their potential in terms of their contributions to Web3 and Web3 gaming, metaverses, and NFTs, you know, that's super awesome.
Yeah, and that's the power to us. I want to add that it's really the strength in, now that we've built up a very strong collective investment, we're closing in on close to 200 investments. We're starting to see very strong network effects, how each and every one of the companies that we help can be exponentially sort of supported because of our network. And another important thing for us is that we're starting to see key trends pop up before they become full-on fledged trends. And this is obviously a testament to us being builders as well. And not to say that we haven't gone through the grit and grind and built ourselves and failed, but that we do live and uphold the fail faster if we can, and also participate in terms of supporting the founders in this industry.
Awesome. And I saw that with Animoca brands too, you guys were also expanding out into a few other key regions as well. With I think it was the Animoca brands, KK, was it for the Japanese expansion as well too. Can you kind of highlight about that for everybody that is that just kind of like first heard about it?
Great, excellent. So our founder, yeah, it's also a huge anime fan. So I think it was natural that, obviously with Japan's strong IP-based sort of history and gaming history, it's always been on our radar to really grow that sector. We had a great opportunity to launch Animoca KK, a full Animoca Japanese entity, and recently succeeded in raising $10 million from some of the most recognized brand partners, including Cadenzia. So we're very excited to launch Japan and have an opportunity to work with both on-ground branded partners as well as the government in understanding how we can grow Animoca's presence in a really awesome market like Japan.
Yeah, awesome. And also too, I saw that you guys did some more investments into some more established like South Korea gaming companies too, like Com2S and others as well too. I saw that they're building, I guess, like on other ecosystems outside of like Ethereum and others as well too. Is with Animoca, I guess, are you guys taking a look at like how the other like layer 2s, other layer 1s also come out in terms of gaming as well? I don't know if there's a particular chain.
Great question. Yeah, we're completely, our company prides itself on being chain agnostic. Obviously, we built very heavily on Ethereum because of the maturity of the actual layer 1 in terms of the code, etc. But we've since then also expanded into building on BSC, Binance Smart Chain, as well as we have deep partnerships in terms of Polygon, Matic, and also have exploratory sort of conversations on supporting projects on Solana. And we're also taking a look at the up-and-coming sort of protocols, including Near Protocol, Avalanche, and Algorand. So again, we do believe that we have an opportunity to shape interoperability, and our goal is to really bring an opportunity for open assets. And we do believe open assets in the future will do to what open source did to coding.
Yeah, and I guess from the standpoint of the gaming side, there's a lot of more traditional video game developers trying to enter the space too. I'm sure you guys have interacted and seen many of them as well. Would you say that from the like traditional gaming developers out there, like the big giants and everything, they're still trying to like figure it out, or they kind of like work hand in hand with Animoca, or how's that been? Because we've seen like, I guess there's been some game studios out there that tried to like just create NFTs randomly and like it didn't really like work per se, but obviously Animoca's been the leader of that too. And how does that conversations, or like how does those interactions look like with the more I guess traditional Web 2 gaming companies out there?
Yeah, great question. So we ourselves, I think Animoca prides itself in also being builders. So I think we learned that building brings a very different level of context and depth and understanding how things are evolving. And through acquisition and also internally, F1 Delta Time Rev was built internally, but we most recently acquired a game studio out of Australia called Blowfish. Team led by a gentleman named Ben is launching one of the hottest games this year. They spent the last 2+ years in building this game called Phantom Galaxies. So when we acquired the studio, we knew that the game was potentially going to be a huge success and potentially a franchise opportunity. And what we did and want to do is really work with the team hand in hand on token design token economics, and structured a very intelligent NFT strategy. And please stay tuned, take a look at it, Phantom Galaxies, because we do believe we didn't follow the typical fashion of launching a token, raising a lot of money. We actually didn't do any private rounds of the token, but rather launched an NFT for game players that wanted to be onboarded and play the game. So that's one. Internally, prove to the market on the evolution on games. Obviously, being early sort of investors in Axie Infinity has its sort of strong merits in us learning and working together with the Axie team. But we do believe there's a hyper curiosity in terms of the tier 1 sort of game studios to come aboard Web3. Two, I think, I'm not sure if you followed, is that in our previous round, we have investments from Ubisoft, one of the perennial sort of AAA studios. So we have a close relationship with the Ubisoft team to work closer together on something in the future. So stay tuned for that. And for those that love the Japanese market, we also have investments from Square Enix, the team behind Final Fantasy. So those are interesting conversations that will likely take shape and form in the coming years.
Awesome. Which that's exactly, and that's great. Actually, great to hear too that some of these more big name brands like Square Enix and Ubisoft is working or collaborating with you guys as well too in the future. So looking forward to that drop, I guess. For future alpha, we'll have to get you back on for that as well too.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that with what we're seeing with the trend, there's this big, this is a big question always that comes up with like the video game world too. Like traditional gaming or traditional gamers has been rejecting a lot of the NFTs as of late. For now, for better or for worse, there's big distrust with some of the more traditional big game companies, with their downloadable content and other predatory I should say just more like mistrust in some of the big brands, like what happened with like Activision, Blizzard, and whatnot too. But from your perspective, I guess, how do you think that right now with the whole ecosystem right now, we have a lot of the Web3 investors and gamers out there, I guess, how do you foresee us kind of like bridging that gap between like the traditional gamer or getting into that direction? Is it by creating brand new games that is game heavy focus first with adding on the token, or I guess what from your perspective, is there like a clear path for that, or is it something that over time maybe the gamers will fully catch up with as well?
I think Animoca having seen the early days of free to play, we sort of saw this whole same sort of narrative in terms of like, even when Animoca was first founded, people didn't want to come to develop. People that are used to building on $20 million budgets, $50 million budgets, AAA, really didn't believe on the 90-cent model in terms of hyper casual games. And that narrative looks very similar to what we're seeing now in people that don't believe in NFTs. And I think that evolution in a decade or so created a over $80 billion sector in free to play. And some of these top-notch game designers came onto this sector because it became quite apparent that you're hitting millions of users versus the hardcore gamers. How we feel right now is that we're sort of in that similar space where people are not acknowledging, but the merit of it is that anybody that played World of Warcraft and experienced hyperinflation know that renting an object to play versus owning an object is still very new to them, very foreign to them, I believe, right? So even in the evolution of NFT design, in terms of the metadata, usage, utility, staking, etc., it's still very new to gamers. So I believe that the objectivity and the quantifiable metrics will come out where gamers, fundamentally, you still have to create a great game. There's no question about it, right? When you have a great game and you want to play it, I think it's going to grow on a lot of the naysayers right now that, hey, I own this, I can play it, I can share it. And I believe that one thing that to also remember, a lot of the predominant players in the world still sit in Asia Pacific as well too. A huge portion of it sit in Asia. And I do believe the narrative between the West and the East are slightly different. People understand that the ownership could lead to sharing, facilitating, collaboration. So we hope to participate in shaping better games, great games, and being part of that narrative, and then hopefully onboard more users to come onto the sector.
Great. Yeah, I think that in terms of onboarding the next wave, definitely making good games first is key.
It's the key.
It's definitely the key. Especially for people that are trying to decide or trying to make new. People actually haven't made game, and that's why I'm seeing that some of the problems with some of not to call people out with some of the games, but there's definitely some early NFT projects where they actually never made a game before, and then it's definitely a huge challenge. They created NFTs, so definitely say that building games and great games first is a huge plus, and also too like the point that you highlighted too with the different regions too, that Southeast Asia and even other growing emerging markets as well too is actually having a massive market of gamers and also leading the space too. I think that when people always think about gaming, they always think, obviously in the box of just like Western gaming with like the Xboxes and Sony and all that stuff too. But clearly, gaming is becoming mobile now, free to play, and more accessible, and soon to be cloud as well too. So
absolutely. So I actually do think that we're seeing more and more sort of top studio talents from the veteran Web 2 gaming coming into Web3, and a lot of the challenges and the learning from them when we invest is really sort of educating them on understanding token design. You're effectively running your own economy now, right? And that has a lot of sort of benefits, pros and cons for the success of the games. right? So I think that this is something that we're seeing getting more and more complex and more exciting for creators. And so I do think this is here to stay, and I think we're going to see a hyper acceleration in growth because more talent is coming on board into Web3 gaming.
Awesome. Well, we're hitting kind of like the tail end here of our fireside chat, but yeah, to kind of wrap things up, I guess for closing thoughts, how do you feel the future looks like for NFTs and the metaverses? I guess in the next year, I should say. 1 year is already 10 years in the crypto space. So
I totally agree with that. I think what we're going to see very exciting is that obviously with our teams, I think with the guild models are going to accelerate. Guild models are perpetuating the ownership of NFTs, enabling utility, and we're going to see some crazy advancements in terms of on-chain sort of developments and tooling and data sets. And I think that we're going to start slowly playing games that we don't know that they're going to be Web3 games. We're starting to see AAA titles, so super exciting about that. And I think that the metaverse will be live and thriving and growing in the next 3 to 5 years when we start seeing millions of users onboarded. And that's going to be also very exciting for us to be part of.
Great. Well, thanks again for hopping with us here at NFTCon, James. And we'll definitely have to do another follow-up again in the future too, once we hear some more big names, big titles, big game developers, and AAA games come down the pipeline through Animoca as well too. So thanks again, James, and thanks for joining us at NFTCon.
Thank you, Justin. Thanks, guys. Take care.
I'm a DJ bot going to decentral, many NFT bounty values, being crypto poor but JPay rich.
All right, so yeah, we're still doing the giveaway for anyone that's coming on and listening and being active listeners. So if you guys go to the link, capitalization is important. You guys are able to submit, and we'll go ahead and send you the NFTs. So yeah, it's just that video there, just kind of like a little teaser of what we're doing in Austin. So yeah, Austin's gonna be fantastic if you guys are able to make it out. You guys can go check out more information on decentralcon.com, which is gonna be right here. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and switch into our next topic. So the next one is gonna be the roles of avatar in Web3 and metaverses. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring them onto the stage.
Welcome everybody to another panel, amazing panel, joining and hopping right into the metaverse, as you can see here, especially with the avatars. I'm personally waiting to get my own avatar as well, hopefully once Clone X drops it. But today is going to be a fun panel. We have Vinci as well as Metamori. Welcome to NFTCon.
What's up? Thanks for having us.
Hello.
Yeah, awesome. And today's panel, we're going to be talking about like the role of digital identities and avatars in Web3 and even the metaverse as well. So we have a cool panel here, and definitely, for everybody that's in the comments here, feel free to share kind of like what PFP collection you have, or shout out to any of the apes. Obviously, apes have been absolutely crazy. Ape token, ape DAO. As well, and then many other new collections are coming as well too. So, but yeah, hopping right into it as well. I guess Vinci, we'll start with you. You want to do a quick intro of yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Vinci. I'm a character, as you can see, currently as a VTuber, puppeteering it live with motion capture. Yeah, and I'm a multimedia music artist, storyteller, creating stories in the metaverse.
Awesome. And Metamori?
Thanks, guys. I'm Metamori. I also go by Mori. I'm the world's first Bored Ape VTuber. I joined the BAYC back in May 2021 and began creating content as my avatar. And I just do a broad range of content, including Bored Ape announcements, informational videos, as well as I do some meditation and mindfulness content to just try and bring some chill vibes to hectic space. A father, husband, NFT collector, and content creator. You can find me on Twitter at Metamori_.
course, I'm muted. Wouldn't be a live stream without muted. Awesome. Well, yeah. With you, Vinci, I guess. Love to hear about the genesis and the story behind your kind of 3D avatar. Where did it come from? Is it your own collection, your own creation as well too? Is it the creation and brand around your music, storytelling, etc. as well? I'd love to hear more about the genesis of Vinci.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been a singer-songwriter for quite a while, and then it progressed to becoming a music producer on Ableton and putting out releases. And it was around 2018 that I created the Vinci project, or the artist name. And I was always thinking how I'd like to represent myself with the content that I put out. And yeah, I thought it would be really cool to have a character to represent me. I grew up loving Star Wars and the Marvel and all of that, and superheroes. And I was also fascinated by artificial intelligence after reading The Singularity is Near by Ray Kurzweil. And I don't know, just something came over me in my mind that I should create a character that's this awakened, super sentient superheroine. And like doing lots of different micro stories to the music. And here we are today in the crazy world of the metaverse.
Awesome. And so, for artists like yourself, and also too, Maury, would love to chat. Like, what opportunities do you see that exists for the metaverse now? You know, when Facebook announced metaverse, everybody started shifting towards this as well. Were you guys already kind of exploring all these things before, like, the Facebook announcement and everything, in like virtual worlds, augmented worlds, and everything else besides that? You can start with you, Vinci, too. Like, I guess, what's the opportunities that you see when through the metaverse from your avatar?
Yeah, of course. To me, the metaverse is like the next evolution of the internet. And to me, it's not just virtual reality, it's the convergence of the physical and the digital, and it's like the internet of everything. So it incorporates blockchain, smart contracts, NFTs, which is a component of the metaverse, as well as extended reality, augmented reality, virtual reality, the whole thing. And so there's so many opportunities in the metaverse in terms of culturally, financially, and socially. So yeah, I mean, for the Vinci project, I'm approaching it very much from a storytelling perspective, and how to build community and let them participate and co-create in this, larger story, and make it interactive. And I guess that stems from as well my fascination with gaming and interactive storytelling and gameplay experiences.
And how about you, Maury, as well too? I guess from what opportunities are you seeing from especially being like the first ape avatar from there too? Have you been creating like different content pieces, videos, or have you been doing a lot of storytelling from your ape?
Yes, when I first began creating as my ape, I actually had wanted to get into creating as a VTuber for probably a couple of years. One of my friends introduced me to VTubing, and big gratitude for him because he got me interested in it. But I just, for the longest time, I couldn't put just kind of put a pin in what character or what avatar I wanted to choose. And then just being excited about Web3, NFTs, and crypto, and the many ways that I believe that the metaverse will impact the real world as well as our experiences of the digital world, I just felt compelled. I love my ape. I love the look of the character. I really enjoy the community. And I felt that the ape community, as I know it, were individually and as a whole a great representation of wanting to rise together to help each other succeed, to create a network of creative and driven and entrepreneurial individuals to come together and see how can we co-create a better future. And so that's something that I really see happening through the metaverse, through crypto, through these communities. And as we begin to be able to interact with each other in these ways, with avatars or as ourselves, or I actually have several different avatars. I have not begun creating content with my other ones yet. I've focused on my Bored Ape, but I have several different avatars ready to create content. I'm actually planning a kind of a teaser video with each of them in it before I start doing anything with the other ones, just for fun. But I see a lot of potential in that. The power of Web3 and crypto is that a lot of lines in the sand are removed, and we're able to meet on common ground and have fun and create and build together. And that's what's really drawn me to this space.
Yeah, awesome. And when it comes to kind of like the different avatars that you are kind of looking to build out as well too, and same with you, Vinci. Do you sit down and kind of like story map or like kind of figure out like what that brand is for each of the different avatars that you kind of like are building that story around, and or do you kind of just kind of let it free flow and kind of you add on as you go when it comes to like the different personalities or the avatars that you guys are creating?
I think there's no rule. Like, I think it's totally up to you how you want to do it. I was speaking to Maury, like right now we're just talking as ourselves, but we're appearing as these avatar characters. But there's also so much power as well in like storytelling. And my friend Corey, you might have seen all his Xanadu blue things. Like that's a great example of this technology and building community with storytelling. So yeah, there's no rules. So just have fun with it. And
yeah, seeing how like metaverses is starting to include I guess the NFT economy and bringing people into NFTs, and we're seeing like other platforms now starting to integrate NFTs, whether it be from Instagram now that just announced not too long ago, then Twitter is getting into the game. We're actually seeing GameStop adding it as well too, and it seems like it's inevitable now that NFTs are becoming an important, I guess, asset class for creators and different creators, artists, and gamers. All of the different. It seems like NFTs are just taking over the world, right? I guess what do you love about NFTs? For both of you, we can start with you, Maury. Like as a kind of new asset class, do you see this as the new way of doing business? Is every business should have an NFT? Every brand should have an NFT, or do you think it should be, only for specific companies and experiences of brands?
I think it's kind of the answer that is similar to the question about different avatars of just there is so much flexibility and freedom. Some people will be able to apply this technology to their business, no doubt, and that's a great thing to do. What really drew me to the space is that through gaming, I would say through gaming, that we have experienced for a long time fungible tokens that we exchange in digital worlds, and we earn skins and textures and all of these things, and people attach real world value and are willing to pay money for that. And I think that the next stage of gaming is going to have NFTs layered on top of the free to play model. And so what we know as, say, a battle pass or the premium membership for a particular game, it's going to be a token that you can also exchange later, and there will be different levels of them and things like that. And so I think I would say similar to social media, the metaverse, all of these things, you should use them in a way that betters your life, doesn't take over your life, and have fun with it, and just remember to enjoy the ride, because it's really a really powerful. There are powerful technologies that are allowing us to connect with people, like-minded people, to build out alternate universes that we're going to have adventures in together. And it's really cool to think about the different memories we're all going to create in these worlds that we co-create.
And how about you, Vinci? What's your thoughts on NFTs and it's kind of like interactions with the metaverse, and also like how creators can utilize it for like different creator economies and even community engagement as well too?
Oh, 100%. And yeah, I echo what Maury was saying in terms of community building, and it comes from a place of authenticity as well. The really successful projects, because it's all about curating and incubating a powerfully strong community where it is like the apes like rise together, and it's all about that shared experience. And I think, with Web 2 and this concept of platforms, and your data is siloed into platforms and your audiences, the concept of NFTs is that it's a very prominent component of the metaverse and like the Web3 tech stack. And so the metaverse provides the perfect environment to maximize, the utility of all of these NFTs. And with like NFTs, like the really cool thing that you can do is like it's totally up to you how you program the smart contract and how you and the community decide to build together. And so it could be from gamification to a contextual basis to geolocation, and combining it with the physical and the digital.
Yeah, I think that with the options we're still so early actually for all of this, and we've seen like some brands like some brands are trying to interlace it a little bit better in terms of integrated experience, with like Adidas doing collaborations with the Bored Apes, and then there's some other brands that are still trying to explore themselves as well. But I guess the brands that are a little bit more authentic and actually inclusive of the Web3 economy is the ones that are kind of seeing more greater acceptance and progress. And we saw some other brands out there like Ubisoft, the games are cool and all right, but they were kind of doing NFTs in a little bit wrong way, where they weren't really providing creating new value, and wasn't treating the community right in that sense. And I think it's important point that you kind of bring forward, that hopefully brands are integrating in a more authentic way, not trying to come in for just a quick cash grab, which is okay to, I'm sure we're all making crypto money and dollars in here, but trying to do it in a more authentic way, I think is going to find it. Would you say it's kind of like the best way moving forward for like brands that are like listening right now and trying to think about how to enter, Web 2, from Web 2 to Web 3?
Yeah, I think do what makes sense to you and your brand, your company. I don't think there's a one size fits all, but I do think it's almost
Awesome. Yeah, I think we lost a little bit part of it from your microphone, but I think you're saying that it's just good to kind of get people to be integrated and be authentic. Is what you're saying? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I guess also too, I guess we forgot to kind of hop through. I mean, when people are thinking about metaverses as well too, like the definition of metaverse is still kind of really broad, isn't it? Like some people are seeing metaverses as AR, VR, games, mobile as well too. And how do you guys foresee the metaverses playing out? Is it, are you guys looking at it all different mediums and all the different technologies that exist out there, or are you guys kind of like focusing on just like a few select things, from just like VTubing to a few other different aspects out there?
I've been focusing on my focus has typically been on NFT collections that I believe will build out into experiences into multiple metaverses, rather than trying to choose which metaverse I'm most excited about. I feel like I feel more confidence in these founding teams of having the connections and the network and the knowledge to better predict what will be successful. And so that's more been my focus, rather than trying to focus on, say, land. And I did have at one point had some sandbox land, but I've typically mainly focused on, say, having Bored Apes or Gutter Cats, Clone X, things like that, that these strong brands that I believe will build out into multiple metaverses.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it's important not to like get like stuck on the tech side of things, but also like take a step back and really think about what you want to stand for, and like your mission and what sort of community you want to create. And I think that once you've worked out that will then inform what steps to take next. Now, obviously, NFTs are a great way, and it's a very strong component of the metaverse for so many reasons. And then in terms of other like Web3, metaverse technologies, like of course you've got artificial intelligence, you've got extended reality, augmented reality, virtual reality. I think the answer, you don't have to do them all at once, and you should probably just do what's best for you and your brand and the community.
Yeah, and I also like the concept where you're saying too, Maury, of kind of like taking a look at taking your character and then joining a lot of other multiple metaverses. It's not like a one metaverse winner takes all type of situation, but I guess it's like the concept of you being able to take your avatar and your character across multiple metaverses and worlds out there too. So I think that's like super cool to see how your character appears into sandboxes more like a voxel and blocky shape, and then hopping over to something that's more 3D, and then like and jumping between all that as well too.
Oh, definitely. I personally am most excited about the high poly metaverses. Say, for example, Wilder World, Kibaverse. For example, the model that I'm using was it's a modified version of the Apedemption model that I got from House of Kiba. They're building the Kibaverse, and this is an example of the quality of avatar that they'll have in their metaverse. I modified mine because originally my ape doesn't have any clothes on from the neck down, and he also has a fur hat. But he's the only blue fur ape with a pirate patch and gold teeth. So as long as I maintain those three, I'm in my own lane. So I figure I'll swap out. I've double checked with the Bored Ape founders. They said they're fine with me wearing my hoodie in the metaverse. And so I switch up the wardrobe a little bit, which is fun.
Of course,
and that's part of the freedom and part of the fun.
Yeah, getting different accessories and meta fashion as well too. Is that something, I guess, also too on your side, Vinci? Do you is that something you're looking to consider, or you've already also done too? Is kind of changing like the different accessories from your glasses as well, or is that something that you're looking to add in the future as well too? I guess like metaverse fashions, right? It's kind of its own new category.
Yeah, 100%. I've got some outfits in the pipeline that I'm ready to show, but I just want to roll back to something we were talking about earlier that I just want to talk about a little further, which was this concept of the open metaverse, which is what Maury was saying. We've been able to take his Bored Ape between different, decentralized platforms and in-games and things like that. And I think that is like the ultimate dream, right? And vision. I'm not saying it's there at the moment, but there are companies like Crucible and building SDKs, and then you've got Ready Player Me, and that concept of being able to have the tech to take your avatar, or as well as your self-sovereign identity, which will encompass perhaps many avatars and all your NFT assets, and be able to take that between like all these blockchain games and decentralized platforms and dApps. That would be, I think, the ultimate open metaverse vision. And then, of course, there's a lot of controversy with how that would work with like lots of different IPs.
Yeah, and I think that with the different, I guess, like PFPs and different collections out there too, we're seeing even like cross collaborations between like different collections too is been popping up, and it's just really cool to see how different communities are starting to build together. And I think that's like the power of it. People are creating these brands and these stories that then they can take across all the different journeys and different places with them as well. I guess also too, like another question that some people are looking into, like obviously with like Bored Apes now and Yuga purchasing even the other Larva Labs properties like what was it, Punks and then also Meebits as well. We're starting to see more talks about like owning, like when you own your ape or your PFP as well, you get like commercial rights and all these other products that you could make out of it as well. Is that something that you've both kind of like started to take a look at, explore? Because that's still a new topic for a lot of people, right? Like there's this idea that you can the characters that you do own has commercial rights. We saw like Snoop Dogg started to produce and sell like a song for his 2 clones as well. But I'd love to hear from both your perspectives as well too, is like ideas or things that you kind of are looking in terms of like how are you guys creating commercial opportunities, or is that like a later byproduct that you guys are looking at with the characters or PFPs that you do own?
Vinci, you take that one. You've been creating as your avatar much longer than me. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about this space is it's moving so quickly, and I'm not claiming to be an expert, and I'm learning every day. And you know, I'm of course I'm like admiring projects like the Bored Ape Yacht Club and all these amazing collections. I've got a Clone X myself, and I'm looking forward to puppeteering it. Yeah, and so with like the Vinci project and providing like that utility and potentially like, you know, licensing, I think, you know, it's, for me, it all stems back to like what I said earlier, which is the why. And for me, my why is telling stories and creating stories. And so I've written this novel and I've got like this story proposition for this universe, and there's a canon of other characters besides Vinci, because I don't want it to all be about Vinci. I think that's the thing about Web3 is it's about your experience in the community and your own micro story. So what I've been working on in behind the scenes and building is other characters as a part of this story that can, you know, interact with Vinci, that forms part of a grander storyline. But like, you know, when you see like a grand story bed, then there might be all these like, you know, mini TV series and different ways of telling a story.
Well, yeah, I think for us, we're kind of getting on the tail end of tail end of some things too. But I guess we can have some wrapping up thoughts too from metaverses and avatars and digital identities. I guess from each of you, for everybody that's, whether it be artists or brands or anybody that's kind of like looking into, or even creators that are wanting to, you know, create their own VTube as well too. I guess with more, you want to kind of have any closing thoughts you want to share?
I think so. The reason that I chose my ape and other avatars is because the communities are made up of people that I'm really drawn to and enjoy interacting with, and the IPs are building out in a direction that I'm excited about. And so that's allowed me to not be too focused on like floor values and things like that as it all builds out, and just be excited about the future and where things are going. And yeah, so that's my thoughts, and I'm curious Vinci's thoughts on it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, for me, story building and interactive gameplay and interactive storytelling with the community and culture. And so for me, it's about like, how can they participate? How can the community participate in a story that I'm building? And that extends from like gameplay and gamification to like occupying like virtual spaces. And that's like, you know, native to like the storytelling IP. So it's got like a certain theme. A good analogy is kind of like, you know, like the Star Wars hotel, right? And anyone can go and they have their own experience. And you might see like Chewie like walk in the background, but it's not about Chewie. It's about your experience. And you might have, you know, everyone's got a different experience when they stay there. And so that's just like a real life example. But if you take that to the metaverse, and how do you combine like you know, NFTs with community with like IP, that's the sort of relationship that I think will be really interesting over the next like 5 to 10 years.
Awesome. And yeah, so if you can take anything away, it's definitely continue to find yourself, find your brand, especially if you have your own PFP collection. Be authentic, especially for the brands that's listening out there, trying to jump into Web3. There's a huge ton of opportunities, and especially for all the new creatives too. You know, there's we're still so early, and if you want to go in and create your own character, your own brand, now's the time to do it. And yeah, thanks again for both you, Maury, and Vinci to hop on. We'll definitely love to, you know, definitely get you in the next NFTCon as the next update. And by then, I'm sure you're the whole story, and even future avatars. Maybe you'll come back as another avatar or upgraded avatar, and we'll definitely look out for you as well too. What's the best place? Obviously, we got at Metamori _ to find you on Twitter. Is it Vinci? What's your Twitter handle as well too?
Yeah, Vinci _official. But the best place is to go to my website, vinci.com, VNCCII.com.
Awesome. Well, thanks again for hopping on NFTCon, and yeah, we'll hopefully see you again in the metaverse soon.
Awesome. Thanks for having us. Catch you
Thanks,
guys later.
Justin. Cheers.
All right, so that's going to be wrapping up a lot of today. We do have another day tomorrow as well. So for some of our speakers tomorrow, we do have virtual LAN talks, virtual NFT applications, also an experience with the Littles as well and how they started out with their company. We also have music marketplaces and metaverses, Latin America, NFTs, and also fractionalization, as well as a few demos as well. So if you guys want to continue on the conversation, we're actually going to be inviting Vinci and also Metamori onto Twitter Spaces. So if you go onto our Twitter NFT, so it's at NFT _con, you'll be able to kind of join in on the chats with them. I'll go ahead and place it right here for you guys so that you guys can kind of see where we're going to be heading at. So it's at NFTCon on Twitter. So the Twitter Spaces is going to go on for a while, just kind of break out from the sessions. And if you guys have any questions, I'll personally be there as well. So even if you've been listening throughout the whole day and really want to have some of this information, just go on there and ask us. We're more than likely to, more than willing to help give you guys some alpha and share some information, especially with a lot of our speakers today as well. Like we had a wealth of content. And also after this live stream is complete, while we're switching over to Twitter Spaces, it's also going to be posted back onto YouTube. So if you missed the beginning part of the day or came in the middle and want to go into the end, you'll be able to rewatch it as well. So yeah, we're switching over to Twitter Spaces. And one more thing before I go, so we already started distributing for the ones that joined the giveaway. So it's just bit.ly/DGensUnited. Once again, capitalization is very important. You'll be just filling out a form, and we'll go ahead and send you one of our NFTs from for our it's called DGens the Experience. No utility, no promises, no nothing. It's just a sending for you. But if you want to receive that, we'll go ahead and send it over to you guys. And before I go, I just want to let you know that today's been a really packed day. So I'm going to just do a quick overview of what happened today. So we went into alpha analytics of kind of like the analytics on the blockchain, seeing how we can utilize it for arbitrators, to even analytics to where you can see if this project is going to be legit or not with multiple wallets. We also had a talk from Immutable X, showcasing God's Unchained, music NFTs with Milos. Also, another great one was the panel with Esther and Laura with also Brink to kind of go over how to launch a successful GameFi or NFT company. We went into DAOs. We had Orbis come on. He was amazing. John's like, one roadmap. No roadmap, no utility, no promises. And also the other nitty gritty of it is like the tax implications part. Animoca Ventures and the role of Avatar. So yeah, we'll go ahead and continue the conversation onto Twitter Spaces. So I'll see you guys soon.
I'm a DJ boy, going to decentral, making NFT, I'm a DeFi, being crypto poor but JPEG.